All right, welcome everybody to Around the Drafts. Doing it live, right? We're doing the live the live reaction to the NFL draft, first round. Every pick, every team, all the trades we're gonna have happen, all the wild stuff. We're expecting a big night in terms of some wild stuff. We don't know a ton about this draft in terms of how it's gonna go. Some people seem to think they know, but it still feels kind of like a crapshoot compared to normal. I don't know about you, Dalton, but this could get pretty wild for even for the first round of drafts for how it usually goes.
Yeah, I think truly, other than the first pick, I don't think anything else is a guarantee. I think after pick one, I mean, everyone's saying Daniels too, but who knows? I don't think we truly know what anyone is going to do other than the Bears at one, and even that doesn't even feel like a complete guarantee like most years. Whereas most years, that's what's happening. Even there, we've heard the rumblings that maybe Williams doesn't want to go there. Maybe the Bears are nervous about the fit. That's probably all nonsense.
Yeah.
But it's still, I feel like this is the one draft where we really don't know what most teams are going to do.
And that's the thing is, again, a lot of the time, we're very far beyond the days of when you knew the pick ahead of time because you could see the guy on the phone, or they showed guy, that was really difficult time to watch the draft. I'm sure for a lot of people, we kind of didn't have to deal with that, I think, as much because it kind of went away in the early 2010s. But now it's more so that's the opposite. We don't even have a ton of reliable reports about who's going to go 2 and 3 and 4. The trade ups, are they going to happen, right? Because they kept hearing the Vikings traded for these for the extra first round picks. They could go up and get a quarterback. It's well, is that actually what's going to happen? Because they've had those picks for a while, and granted, you don't want to make a move ahead of time in case you end up not getting the guy you want. But who is that guy? Are they really comfortable only with one of these quarterbacks if they get to 4? Because then if there's only one, what if it doesn't happen then? What do you do if you can't get that guy? Then now you have 2 first round picks, which is great, but it's probably not what you're not going to be using them for what you plan to use them for, as far as we know. It's a lot of stuff like that where it's if the trades don't happen, everything kind of goes out the window, kind of.
Yeah, it's very much not a foregone conclusion anymore.
No.
It's funny how far we are from the days of, I remember Mario Williams being on the cover of Sports Illustrated in a Texans uniform a month before the draft.
Yeah, because they used to be able to you could sign them ahead of time because
that
was also before the rookie wage scale took effect in 2012, where it's a standardized contract essentially, right? You can move money around, you can give them earlier, later, whatever. There's always those conversations in camp or whatever, but the contract is the contract, right? You're getting what the pick says you get, so there's no need to do that ahead of time. It's whatever. You don't know as much about it, and obviously there's some drafts where it's okay, number one's obvious, right? But even that's less and less common, it feels like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think no matter how it kind of plays out, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams choose to attack the strengths of the draft too, because we expect a bunch of receivers to go off the board in the first 8 or 9 picks. What if one of them falls for some reason? What if teams are worried about Malik Neighbors? Because I know there was some stuff with the arrest on Bourbon Street, the gun thing. Maybe does he have those issues as far as a person, right? Does that drive some teams away from him a little bit? All these things are still kind of an unknown at this point, and we won't know that until we get probably about a third of the way into the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any position group where we know where I don't think we can be really confident how many guys are going to go off the board. I mean, another one that the one that I think is kind of the most volatile right now is edge rusher. I mean,
yeah, who knows? Because 8 is the sweet spot of where a defender could come off the board, right? We assume at least. We don't think one's going before that. If Atlanta trades down, or if they don't want an edge rusher, if they want one of the interior guys, then what? Right? How soon do these edge rushers come off? Because a lot of teams right after the Falcons, yeah, the Bears could take one, but they do have Sweat. They might be more inclined to take an interior defender if the Falcons don't take one at 8. They might even be inclined to take the receiver, like Odunze, if he's still there.
Yeah,
it's really hard to place the defenders in this class because as good as some of them are, it's so hard to not take all these offensive players that are so valuable, especially tackles too. It's not just the quarterbacks and receivers. Like a lot of people have the tackles ahead of almost every defender. Like that's just kind of what the class it is.
Yeah, the defenders, it's like there's a lot of fringe top 10 guys.
Yeah.
But it's very much like most of the defenders with first round grades, they're like that mid first round.
Yeah.
You don't have the high first round grades that you see so many of the offensive players have. Like, I don't think there is like some of the truly great defensive players that we've seen in other years. And even those guys usually fall. I mean, like, even guys like Micah Parsons have fallen. And I mean, we've seen over the last few years too, a lot of the top defenders are still falling even out of the top 5.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases.
It's just offense is so important and it's so hard to play really good defense that a lot of teams, I think, prioritize, like, how can we make it harder for other teams to play defense against us to give our defense a better chance of winning, right? Like, that's honestly, I think, kind of the strategy for a lot of these teams. And it's hard to blame them with the amount of rule changes that have happened over the past decade that help the offense, right? Like, we all know that. It is what it is. Like, and I think teams have to adjust to that. I think they have for the most part. You can tell that in the draft.
Yeah.
I know for me personally, like looking at, I ended up doing a 90 player big board just because I didn't want to spend too much time. Once I got to 90, I'm like, all right, all these guys are kind of close enough to me. I'm like, I'm not worried about it. But in my top 20, there's 7 defenders. And I think that's mostly because I'm higher on a couple, but like, it's still 7 out of 20. Like, that's just, it's tough. And that's probably right around the amount of defenders in the first 20 picks we're going to see, maybe less than that. So it's tough.
Yeah, I think like it's just easier for one offensive player to make an impact. I mean, you can have a great offense with 5 or 6 really good players. To have a great defense, you need like 10 to 15. It's very different.
You also, not only do you need like 10 to 15 players, but you need great coaching. Like, offensive coaching is also very important, but it's easier to get a good offense out of just like a couple good players and being able to scheme relatively well around that instead of whereas a defense, like, you really need great players, but you also need a coach who can kind of not just like call a good game, but can diversify things and kind of come up with some new strategies. Like, that's what you need to get ahead on defense in the NFL. So also, Casey already knows her first pick. It's Bo Nix, don't even have to talk about it. No, I think it is interesting that since we're talking about Bo Nix all of a sudden, I do wonder more and more, like, my gut tells me at least one of the quarterbacks that's not going to go in possibly the top 5 or so picks do get taken today. Which one, how late, how early is really the question. Like, could I see all 6 of them going early? Technically, because the Broncos and Raiders could say, screw it, this is the guys we like. And it is that type of quarterback class where you could kind of justify it. But it scares me to take any of the non-top 4 guys. Like, even Daniels, like, I know you and I have him pretty differently. Even I'm still like, he has red flags on his profile where taking him in the top 5 is still a pretty big risk opposed to some other guys that you could maybe take in the top 5 that aren't quarterbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, especially like the teams that are looking to trade up, to me, the only
apparently that's a big thing. Apparently, that's a huge thing that people are doing.
And like, to me, if you're trading up and like giving up multiple firsts to move up to spend another first on a guy, I mean, to trade up into the top 5 to get a quarterback, you're essentially using 3 first-round picks more than likely.
Especially if you're the Vikings, you would have to do that.
Yeah.
Like,
if you're doing that, the guy that you take, the floor has to be top 10, 15 quarterback in the league, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be the rock bottom. Like, at worst, he is going to be a good franchise quarterback. And the only guy in this class that I think you can kind of guarantee that with is Caleb Williams. I think that's the only one.
Yeah, because even May, like as much as I believe in the heights of what he could be, his floor, because of the issues with the footwork and the accuracy concerns at times and stuff of that nature, it's not a guarantee he's going to be a top 15 player at his position. Just
Yeah.
isn't, right? And he's a young player. He has a lot of room to grow. Like he could easily become that, even if it's not, even if he doesn't reach those heights, he has a lot of wiggle room to get into that category. But it's still not like a guarantee by any means. And none of these guys technically are. But we feel with Williams, it's pretty hard not to believe that with them. But then again, Daniels could easily flush out of the league with injuries or just ineffectiveness throwing the middle of the field. Like the running game for him doesn't work as well. Like there's a lot of avenues for him to flame out. And McCarthy, it's just like I kind of like his floor, but his ceiling is the bigger question mark because even though he's a good athlete, his arms good, he doesn't have any traits where I'm like, okay, he can lean on this trait at the NFL level to be a really good player, like as a top 10 quarterback. I don't see that with him. And if he's not going to be a top 10 quarterback, then the floor does need to be top like 20 to 15 at worst. And especially for the Vikings coming up from 11 to get him, he better be closer to that 15 or better, like you said, or it's not going to work out.
Yeah. That's the thing with McCarthy that I don't get, like why teams are in such a hurry to take him in the top 5 when, like, if you miss on McCarthy, like I feel like the difference between McCarthy and Bo Nix or Michael Penix is not going to be that big at the end of the day. I mean, they're pretty much what they're going to be, Nix and Penix, I think, and they're probably going to be, top 25 to top 15 starters in this league, somewhere in that range. They're both, I think, starting caliber quarterbacks. It's just a matter of, where they, how far up in the league they go. But like, I feel much more comfortable waiting to late round 1 or round 2 and just taking one of those guys than like getting into a bidding war to move up and get JJ McCarthy. Like, I just don't see, I don't see it with McCarthy.
If you're playing the averages, it would make more sense to take a guy with less draft capital if you think he's going to be in the same range as the guy that you have to trade maybe 2, if not 3 first-round picks for. But I do think what it comes down to, and this is the key thing when it comes to quarterback evaluation and valuation of them, right, for me, is if you think the quarterback you're taking in that situation, regardless of how much you have to pay to go up for him, regardless of what the league thinks of him, what you think, like all that, if you think he's going to be the guy for you, if your coach thinks that, if your owner thinks that, if your GM thinks that, there is no price you can pay that is not worth it. The problem is you have to be right then. And we've seen guys be very, very wrong. And that's what it comes down to, is because if the Vikings think he's the second best quarterback in this class, then yes, you should go up and trade where you have to trade to get him, because in a class like this, the second best quarterback is probably real damn good. That's what it comes down to. And if they don't think he's the second best quarterback or even the third best, if he is like their fourth and they're like, it's fine. If he's your fourth, you shouldn't be trading up the amount of capital that they'd have to trade to get him, if they actually view him as like the fourth quarterback, which is obviously a lot of people do. But at the same time, like if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And unless you think Sam Darnold is going to finally not be himself that he's been his entire career, you don't have a quarterback. You don't have a plan for that position that's long term. It's so tough because if they were able to stick and pick at 11 and get McCarthy, I think that's totally fine, because I think that's the range you take a player like him that doesn't have the highest ceiling in my opinion, but I think he's going to be a good starter if you give him time, especially. That's where you take that player, because it can help elevate the floor of your offense and your team without you breaking the bank for them in terms of draft capital. But it just doesn't seem like that's likely. Like it feels like, could the Giants take him at 6? We've been hearing stuff recently, at least I have, that they're not that interested in him, but you're staring down the barrel of playing Daniel Jones. So like, maybe McCarthy starts to look a little nice as the draft kind of rolls on, and you're sitting there like, if he's sitting there at 6, maybe like, you know what, we're good. We'll do that. We can take him. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's like, if I'm the Vikings, like, I mean, I would get moving up for Daniels if you really like his ceiling. If you're the Vikings, because you have the capital and you do have enough talent to win right away.
Yes.
A guy like McCarthy, it's like at that point, just sit at 11. And if McCarthy is there, wonderful. If not, then you just draft the best defensive player on your board at 11, and then you take Nix or Penix at 23 and call it a day, and you're a playoff team.
Right. And I think, especially if it's May, right? If let's say it is 1 Williams, 2 Daniels, as it's been reported for over a month now, right? Like the odds are still there. If May's at 3 and the Patriots are listening to offers, which I wouldn't if I were them at that point, like if May falls to you, you're sitting pretty because that's who I think should be the second pick. But let's say they don't want to introduce a young quarterback into the situation. Let's say they just don't think May's as good as a lot of people think he is, right? Whatever the reason is. At that point, yeah, trading up for May, I'll do that because I'm confident in his ceiling. And in that offense, I'm also pretty comfortable with his floor because even if he doesn't get better at a couple things that I'd like him to get better at, he's going to be not only functional, but at times explosive for them, which is what they've been missing. As good as Cousins, statistically wise, especially, he lacked that element of like when the play breaks down, what do you do? When you need a 3rd and 8 conversion and the defense plays perfect coverage, can your quarterback get you 9 yards as a runner? Like that's the stuff they've been missing at the quarterback position. And you saw a flash of it, like obviously not nearly the same talent level, but when Dobbs had that hot start for them last year, right? When he was brought in, he was doing the stuff that Cousins wasn't doing. And that's why they were winning because they could get away with like things they couldn't get away with before. Obviously that fizzled out, but if you can get that all the time and a player that's talented enough to do it all the time, now we're cooking. So for May, I'm saying like, and McCarthy can do some of that too. Obviously, I'm not saying he isn't like mobile, but that level of athlete, that level of player doesn't come around a ton. Putting him into a situation where the Vikings have all that talent on offense, that's a great way for him to turn out as good as he should turn out.
Yeah. And like, I think, that's the thing. Like Minnesota is a team where like, I don't love the idea of mortgaging the future for May, but because they do have that second first-round pick this year, you're not completely mortgaging your future. It's
right. It's one high pick next year, probably. Is what you're really talking about.
That's it. And that's for a team like Minnesota. That you put Drake May in Kevin O'Connell's offense, with Justin Jefferson and TJ Hawkinson, like that's the good
Addison.
Team. Yeah, that's a good football team.
Yeah, maybe you pick up a running back later in the draft and kind of go from there. Like, they do have why can't I think of his name right now? They picked him up for the Packers. Aaron Jones.
That's right. They did get Aaron Jones. Yeah.
So like now, granted, he's not a long-term solution, but that offense could be a top 10 offense even with a rookie quarterback with all that
very
talent
easily.
He hits. Yeah. So
very easily.
Again, I get it that they need to go get a quarterback. I think all of us are just kind of all sitting there like, man, is McCarthy really that guy? I just don't like if I look at it, right? Like excuse me, let me see. He is 28th on my board. Yeah. So like the quarterback tax, I get you have to take that guy higher than he should go. And I'm not saying they shouldn't, but like again, at 11, still 17 spots higher than I have him on my board, but I get that because it's a quarterback, right? You're getting somebody who is more important than any other player is going to be for you if he's good.
Yeah.
So
I have an early second grade on McCarthy. I'm low on this class in general, but accurate. The arm talent's solid. He's athletic. He can manage the offense, and he won. But he still has the lapses in judgment that like a lot of these guys have, and like it's still going to be that for a young quarterback. I think like he's not one of those guys that I think is going to come in right away as a rookie and not make rookie mistakes.
Right. Maybe a little bit less than other guys just because of the type of offense he was in. I could see it being less of a struggle for him from a decision-making standpoint. But I do think when he's pushed off a spot and asked to do more, that's when you'll see those mistakes pop up, which again, I don't want to crush him for that because every quarterback in this class is going to do that. Williams, for all his talent, he's going to do some stupid stuff. Like it's just going to happen because rookies do that. not everybody CJ Stroud, right? Like as crazy as his season was, like that's just not normal, right?
Yeah.
Like even if you throw for 4,000 yards and 20 touchdowns, you're probably throwing 17 picks too. Stroud just happened to not do that, right? Like that's just not something that we see normally. So that's another thing I should mention too, is like these quarterbacks, wherever they end up going when they play, if people are crapping on them when they're like not doing CJ Stroud stuff and be like, guys, this literally just happened. This is not like that was not normal.
No,
it's just not. Like don't do this to them. Like let's not do that.
No one could have predicted like the meteoric development of CJ Stroud. I mean, like, yes, he improved significantly in college, but I think we all thought like, he'd still have normal rookie growth.
Right.
And instead he went from being a very high level college quarterback to immediately looking like an NFL vet. Like immediately.
Yeah. It's not normal. Like guys don't normally do that. Like even like Herbert had a phenomenal like statistical rookie season. Still had a lot of turnovers, still made some dumb decisions, still didn't always look like a guy that's been there. Because again, that's just not how it's supposed to be. No. Stroud definitely changed that narrative a little bit about rookie quarterbacks, but I think that's only a 1-year thing until it's proven otherwise. Like if Williams goes out and does it, great. But I don't think you should expect that is the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I mean, like that, like even Peyton Manning didn't look like command his rookie year.
He was just throwing shit though. Like that dude, he was just letting it fly. He didn't care because he knew it didn't matter. He was just, I'm just trying stuff. Let me see what I can get away with. Which I think that's the way to, like, if you're gonna start a rookie quarterback and you don't crush him for throwing 22 interceptions in his rookie year, especially if it's like him trying to just make plays, seeing what he can get away with. Unless you're like, if you're trying to win, which that's if you're taking a rookie quarterback high and then expecting to win. Like again, not every team is the Texans who suddenly are like, oh, actually we're really good. He sucks for everybody else. Like that's just not normal, right? Like you just don't see that typically. Now I think the Bears are in a little bit of a different situation too, because like they aren't the number one pick team. They just happen to have it, right? Like that's a little bit different. I think there are expectations for them to win more than they have so far under Eberflus, but it's not unrealistic because of the situation they're in now. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that one's different. But again, we won't know anything about these guys fully until a couple years from now, probably. So this is all kind of whatever. But I did want to mention, I saw this like a few minutes ago. So apparently, the Eagles extended AJ Brown for $96 million over 3 years.
How old is he?
20. I want to say like 27 or 8, maybe.
Oh, okay, I thought he was like a little closer to 30 than that.
I think he's like
26.
27. Okay, even younger than I thought. Okay,
he'll be 27 in June.
Okay, so this is his age 27 season. Okay, yeah, I expected that because I think they want to keep him and Smith together for this window that they're trying to keep open. But $32 million. Listen, Justin Jefferson gets more expensive every second. Vikings, you might want to just do that. I don't know what it's going to take for him to just say sure, but I would have already done it if it was possible. Now, maybe he just doesn't want to sign yet, and it's like, it is what it is. But they still got to beat CeeDee Lamb, too, by the way. They got to beat him to the punch because that contract's also going to be disgusting, probably. So,
yes.
But, I just want to throw that out there. So, that's the first big piece of news, technically. So, Bears are, I think, officially on the clock now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So we're going to be waiting to see how long they sweat it out for no reason, even though we know it's going to happen.
Unless, I can't. Like, I wonder, because they have to have a number in mind. Like, there has to be an offer that they'd be like, yeah, no matter what, we would have to take this. I wonder if that what that offer is. If it's
you mean for the Bears?
I imagine
for the Bears?
Yeah. Like what it would take, because everybody has a price.
I think, honestly, in my opinion, the only thing that I would offer that I'd be willing to take is if a team was willing to trade me their already established franchise quarterback for this pick plus other picks, because that's my opinion of Williams, right? Like I think he's going to be a franchise quarterback and he's going to be on a cheap deal for 5 years, right? So if you think that about him, if you're a team that has a franchise quarterback, but maybe they're like not quite to the level that you believe Williams is going to be, maybe the Bears would take that as long as you're also giving a bunch of other stuff. But I wouldn't do that.
But maybe if you have like cap issues and like you have a quarterback on an expiring contract that is an established veteran and has played at a high level, and you're constantly in win now mode because your owner is kind of old and deranged.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Listen, if the Bears took Prescott from the Cowboys and like all their picks for $1 billion years, they'd be like, all right, fine, I guess.
That'd be something.
It would certainly be something. I think I can't even fathom what a Bears fan would feel about that. Like I don't even, because like Prescott would immediately become the best quarterback in franchise history before he picks up a football.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. I don't know if they care about that at all in that situation, because they're like, we could finally take a quarterback that everyone thinks is good. Like everyone seems to think is like everyone who actually like is credible in any way thinks is really good. And then we don't do that, so we could take a guy who's what 30 now.
Yeah, but you'd have Dak and 2 first-round picks for like the next 3 years.
Right, but it's the Bears, so is it going to matter? Dak Prescott would somehow like just become bad, like actually bad.
Yeah, and you'd be giving Dak a massive contract.
Yes, it would be probably close to $60 million a year at this point.
Which is the quarterback numbers are mind blowing. Like
I feel like at some point they're gonna have to like do something about that. Like they're gonna have to be like, listen, like not that you can't make as much money as possible. Like maybe it only counts this much against the cap after a certain point. Or they're gonna have to be like, listen, let's slow down. We're gonna start every new contract for a new quarterback is only allowed to go up by $1 million a year. That's it.
I mean, it's
something. It's crazy, right? Like I guess honestly, as long as it keeps up with inflation of the cap, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything.
Is it though?
Well, I mean, it doesn't change the effect it has on the team.
Yeah.
Right. Like as long as you're not like exponentially increasing the amount of money that is being contributed, like percentage wise of the cap.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter then. But it is crazy to just see that number keep climbing.
Yeah.
Like it just feels weird.
Yeah. I mean, I know the cap's gone up a lot over the last few years, but like, has it really kept up with the way that some of the quarterback contracts have exploded? I mean, I feel like in 10 years, top dollar quarterback's gone from $25 million a year to 55, and it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a little bit higher percentage of the cap at the top, but I don't think it's a significantly big difference. Like it's definitely a difference, but that's the thing is I'd have to look at the numbers, but I think the cap has doubled in the last like 10 to 15 years.
Yeah,
I think it has. So like if you're looking at it that way, it's probably close. Like maybe the top quarterbacks are making like 5 to 10% more of the cap than they did like a decade ago. And that's obviously a significant difference, but is it like a backbreaking difference? Probably not. Like, I don't know. It's a good point though. Like it does make you wonder, like, is there a point where it plateaus and teams are just like, we can't do this anymore? Like Kirk Cousins, we can't pay Kirk Cousins $45 million a year. Like we can't do that.
It's monopoly money at that point.
It is. I mean, it kind of always. Like for most teams that have owners that have like the deepest of deep pockets, it pretty much is just fake money. It's like, sure, here's your $60 million a year contract. It's actually like a 2-year, $130 million contract with 17 contract options on it. Like that's what those contracts feel like half the time. They really do.
Like
it's like
the Josh Jacobs Packers contract where they just said, here's all the money in 1 year. And
they're like, yeah, we'll keep you around if you're good. Like pretty much what it is. It's like, all right. I mean, I guess if you're Jacobs, like, great. If I'm not good enough to stick around, then I get paid a lot of money and I can go get more money later, I guess. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, Mark Davis just doesn't have 20+ million in cash.
He doesn't
sitting around. He just literally doesn't.
Isn't it funny how he legitimately was like, I have to get rid of Khalil Mack because I can't afford to pay him the money. Like that. Remember that whole thing?
I mean, I like to think that there was a way you could have gotten it done. I think they insulted him by
Is it Eminem
making him wait. Yes,
we're
Eminem announcing the pick. I guess.
Is he? That's weird. Isn't he a Lions fan?
Yeah,
he is. What is Detroit? Oh, that's forgot. We're in Detroit. I completely
Yeah.
forgot we're in Detroit. That's cool. Okay. So it looks like we're pretty synced up. Is you seeing Eminem on your screen right this second?
Yep.
Okay, we're pretty synced up then.
Here you go, Detroit. What up? Reading closed captions.
Is Goodell still talking for you right now?
No, right now there are more players walking out. Looks like Lions players.
Okay, I think you're a little bit ahead of me then, because I just started to hear. I just saw it start talking. So
Okay.
just as a heads up, yeah, Goff just came out for me. Gotcha. So you'll know a little bit ahead of time.
I can like pause for a second.
Yeah, if you want to pause for like, I'd say like maybe 5 seconds or so. Like I just saw Calvin come out. So however long you think that was ago.
All right. Are you at like the city, like where they panned out to the city?
I just saw Barry Sanders come out.
Oh, okay. I mean, when they cut to the crowd.
Right there. They just cut to the crowd. Barry really is small as hell.
He is.
That I just think it's funny that dude terrorized the shit out of the NFL for a decade.
Yeah.
Like at like 5 foot nothing, it felt like.
I can never not watch that clip of him against the Cowboys. Where he's like going through like,
and one of the defenders is just like,
huh? And like that was a good like it's like several like established like guys in the league that he is just tearing through. It's ridiculous.
Truly is. It's like, what is this dude on? Why is he doing that?
Did you watch that? I think it was it a Netflix Untold or was it a 30 for 30 on him? Or maybe it was I forget. There was like, maybe it was on Hulu or something. There was like that documentary on him. Did you see that?
With Barry Sanders, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I actually don't think I've seen it.
Came out like a year ago. I forget what streaming service it was on. But it wasn't bad. Kind of got into like just like how much of a struggle it was like playing in Detroit.
Oh, dude, I can't imagine.
Yeah. Well, and like once they were finally like a playoff team, like an established, like gonna be in the playoffs for several years, they let all of their core players go. And then basically they're like, yeah, we're just gonna give Barry this money and then not really put any investment into the rest of the roster. And that's kind of why he was like, why am I doing this?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't blame. Like, I know that was a big reason why that he did what he did and retired early. It is too bad because I legitimately think he'd hold the rushing record if he played a couple more years.
Absolutely. Like, not even a question.
Yeah.
Oh, they're only just now on the clock. Jesus
Christ. I thought they were on the clock before. Well, got a ways to go.
Yeah, this is going to be buckle up, guys. This is
going to be a long one. And unless everyone leaves me behind, we will be on the entire time. Prepared to do that.
I brought a little cooler bag down to the basement.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I got some drinks I can go grab. I got some I don't know if you've seen these little tubes of Skittles.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
I
thought
they're like cool. It's like, are they mini Skittles?
Yes.
So they're like the Skittle version of M&M minis.
Yes, they're literally the Skittle version of that. Isn't that kind of awesome?
That's awesome. I mean, I love the mini.
I like Skittles. I like M&M's too. Yeah, I like the mini M&M. Yeah, it's literally the same thing. I was like, oh, this is my jam.
Do they like kind of melt in your mouth like the M&M ones do?
They can't, a little bit because they're smaller, so it's just still like the Skittles, so it's tough to get them to do that.
They're still chewy though.
Yeah. Yes, they're chewy though. Yeah. Showing breakdown of Caleb here. I think you've touched on this too when we've talked about him times when you've been on. But like I think he doesn't get nearly enough credit for what he's able to do from structure when he gets a chance. That's I
Yes.
think the thing that's missing for a lot of people is I think why they like some people are like, oh, he's going to be a bust or he's just like bad version of Mahomes. It's like, no, look, their offense desperately needed him to be an absolute insane person all the time.
Yeah.
Like if that wasn't the case, like if he had perfect, pockets, if he was in like imagine him in LSU's offense for a second. Like
Exactly.
he does not run nearly as often as Daniels did. Not that Daniels shouldn't have run because look what he did when he did, but like he would have been able to play from structure and just light teams up as a passer. Like, and that's what I think is being missed with him is the Bears offensive line still might be a little bit shaky his first year, but it's going to be better than he had at USC. Even like when you factor in like the difference in talent level. And I think he's going to have a chance to play really well from the pocket a lot of the time this year.
His ball placement is just ridiculous on sidelines. Like the arm talent gets compared to Mahomes a lot. He has made throws on the sidelines 40 yards down the field that are placed better than honestly than what I've seen Mahomes do. I mean, the ball, I know that might be hyperbole, I don't know, but some of the ball placement when he is, he's off balance, throwing 40 yards down the sidelines, he is dropping it in a bucket.
Here's the thing, though.
Incredible.
Here's what I'll say is I think the problem with him in the comparisons is that it's not that because people try to say, oh, he's not Mahomes. And I'm like, I agree, but it's not for the reason you don't think he's Mahomes. It's because I think he's Aaron Rodgers. Like that's who he plays more like in terms of the arm angles and the accuracy on them. Like the thing that always got, granted, I don't like to talk about him positively anymore because he pisses me off and he is annoying. But Aaron Rodgers, when he was at his best, like throwing the football with the amount of accuracy and the ball placement and the different arm, like no one has done it quite like even Mahomes. Yeah. Mahomes is a little different in the way, like he's better in my opinion, but it's not. He does certain things better than even Mahomes did. Yeah, that's who I view him more as is that type of quarterback, and not so much a Mahomes style quarterback. Like that's kind of where I think it gets lost. It's like it's not that you can't compare him to a really great player. It's that you're comparing him to me. I think the wrong one a little bit.
Yeah.
Now the creativity reminds you more of Mahomes than Rodgers, but like when you watch him throw the football, it is strikingly similar to me to what I saw Rodgers do as far as his control of the football, placing it where he wants it to be.
Yes.
That type of stuff.
Just throwing guys open, just putting it just a little bit over to give them that separation. I mean, Mahomes, as great as he is, he does benefit a lot from the fact that offense is extremely well coached to really make plays out of structure. Guys are just super well coached in that scramble drill and that offense because Andy Reid is the best offensive coach in the NFL, and it's not really close.
I mean, I'd say Shanahan is probably maybe because look at what he's gotten out of what he's gotten, but it's still in the same, and they're in the same category at least.
Yeah. I just with what Reid's done with the quarterback positions, just incredible. I mean,
what he's turned Mahomes into is spectacular.
Yeah. And it's been every quarterback. I mean, Michael Vick was playing at an MVP level, went to jail for 2 years, and looked better.
Yeah.
I mean
Alex Smith for a few years, right? Granted, Smith started his resurgence with the Niners, but then it really came to a head with the Chiefs for a couple of years. So, that's what he does.
Hell, Andy Reid convinced us Kevin Kolb was a franchise quarterback.
That's fair, actually.
And then
Cardinals.
He got
I'm sorry, Cardinals for that too.
Yeah. And even if you go back further, I mean, McNabb coming out was,
he's a very talented prospect.
He was a talented running quarterback with some good arm talent. I don't think anyone thought he was going to be an MVP level quarterback
at any point. Yeah. I mean, also working within the West Coast offense was something that I was curious a little bit because that's a guy too, where you go back and you look at it and you're like, when you watch, because I've seen actually highlight tapes of him when he was at college, he didn't play that way with the Eagles. They molded him into what he became. And that's the case with Mahomes too. Mahomes still has all of the spectacular traits that he had at Texas Tech, but now he's a refined player that like, and people made fun of him for this past year. It's like he doesn't throw long touchdowns anymore. It's check down, check. It's like that's what he could do with this offense. Like they don't have Tyreek Hill anymore. Travis Kelce's not the same vertical threat. Like, do you want him to just do it because like you can't? Like that would just make him an idiot. Like, why are you throwing the ball down the field if you have nobody to throw to? Like, he's able to adapt to anything now because of the coaching that Reid's given him.
Yeah, you can't throw the ball to Kadarius Toney the same way you did Tyreek Hill. It's just a terrible idea.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can barely give him a handoff without him dropping it. So like, it's a whole.
The pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. Yeah, can't wait to see what it's going to be. Imagine they took like Daniels here or something. Yeah. You know how funny that would be?
That'd be interesting.
I think Bears fans would like find the nearest building and, I'm not going to say the rest of it, but I think we kind of know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
But it'd be kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be fun. I am happy for Bears fans kind of because like to be that bad at quarterback for literally over 100 years now, essentially. Yeah. Is kind of tragic, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and Williams has a very good chance at in his first 2-3 years in the league being the best quarterback in franchise history.
Yeah,
I mean, right now, is it Jay Cutler?
Statistically, yes, I think.
I mean, that's the bar.
Yeah, and the bar is low. Yeah, let me just put it that way.
And I mean,
did you see the pick like at the same time as me, by the way?
What's that?
Did you see the pick the same time as me?
I think so.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're like roughly in the same ballpark. But yeah, like again, this is what was expected. No surprise here. Again, Bears do take Caleb Williams here. And again, the analysis has been done, right? Like we don't have to spend a lot of time talking about this. This was the right pick for me, for you, I know, like for most people. And I think it's going to work out. I do. I think the Bears have the structure in place now and I do feel bad for Justin Fields. Obviously, we're going to see if we can get something out of him here in Pittsburgh. But, this is not the same situation that they drafted Fields into, that they drafted Trubisky into. Like, not to say those guys will work out no matter what, obviously, because you never know. But this feels like a legitimate chance to hit. And not just because of the talent, but because of what they've done to get to this point. So happy for him, happy for Chicago. I'm hoping it works out for you. I really do. Want to see a 4,000-yard passer maybe as a rookie? First time ever for the franchise?
Would be crazy.
Could happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, they're going to be down a lot. I mean, like, they're not going to be good this year. So, like, he's going to get a lot of garbage time. He's going to be throwing the ball a lot.
You think so? I mean, I will say the defense does have a shot if they get a defender in this draft, admittedly.
Yeah.
They were really good down the stretch with Sweat.
Yeah.
Like I do think it's possible that he doesn't have to carry the load that much as a rookie just to be relevant.
No, I think they can be next year. I think 6 to 8 wins is pretty reasonable for them. Maybe, if they nail some of these other picks and, Sweat continues to develop, I mean, maybe they're a 9 or 10 win team, depending on how good he looks. But I don't think they'll be picking in the top 5 again anytime soon with Caleb Williams.
Right. And I think that the floor for me, if I was a fan of this team, would be 8 because we've seen them win 7 games last year. If Williams is healthy the whole year and the defense takes a step up, they're going to be in playoff contention because the NFC just isn't that great.
Yeah.
Like the Vikings were in the playoff hunt until the last week of last year. Think about that for a second. Like this NFC, as much as they might get better with this draft, and the NFC has added some talent, obviously, in free agency themselves, it's still the NFC compared to the AFC. Like it's not quite the same powerhouse conference right now. So
it will be interesting to. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
It will be interesting to see what the offense looks like because they do have a new coordinator this year. With Getsy gone,
Waldron.
Who is it this year?
Shane Waldron from Seattle.
who had a lot of success with Geno.
I'm a fan of him. I think he is at least a slightly above average offensive coordinator. Like,
Yeah.
I think he's going to take good advantage of the talent they have. It's not going to be a bad offensive scheme, at least. Like, but we'll see. And then obviously now we wait. Do the Commanders really like Jayden Daniels more than the other quarterbacks? That is the question.
I still
So.
think. I mean, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, I think if you're Cliff Kingsbury, if you have any say in this, which I think he does have some say in this pick, I think he goes Drake May.
The thing that sucks about it is that I think because Quinn's the head coach, I think he's viewing Daniels as like, man, I would hate to play this guy because look how fast he is as quarterback, and I think that might be part of the thought process there. Which, I mean, like, I understand that I do, but do you want this guy running the football 8, 10 times a game, like, purposely? I don't, with his frame and the fact that he loves just getting absolutely clobbered, like Looney Tunes style, like insane. I'd be scared of that. I would.
And also, like, not even just running the ball, like, in that Cliff Kingsbury offense, the quarterback's going to be dropping back to pass and holding the ball for a decent amount of time a lot of times. You know, that's 40 drop back game offense. And
which I think he can handle that. It's just the fact that can he stay in the pocket enough of those attempts to like not get killed? Like he's going to want to take off.
That's the thing. Like, you're going to get sacked in that offense too.
You are. And if you look at the advanced metrics on that, if he's pressured, it's you getting sacked or he's running. Like there isn't a lot of throwing in those situations, which unfortunately is kind of one of the reasons that as much as I like his film, the red flag of his film is clearly that he doesn't see pressure well enough and handle pressure well enough to stay a thrower often enough, right? Like you're going to have to be able to do that more often at the next level. He has to be able to because he can't take a bunch of sacks, and two, if he's going to run as often as he did at LSU, he's going to legitimately die. Like he can't, like you just can't do that. He has to learn to protect himself if he's going to run that much. And he didn't show that at college level. Maybe he just knew like I have to get as every yard I can get because my team is going to lose by 10 points if I don't. Maybe he cleans some of that up at the next level. But I think that's just a mentality thing for him, which, you respect that. But I wish you were like 30 pounds heavier if you're going to do that shit. Like at least Josh Allen, who gets bumped around everywhere, he's 240 pounds. Like I can live with that a little bit more. With him, I can't really do that.
Yeah. This thing May, can at least like hang in the pocket and, and he can move enough to avoid pressure and make plays.
Yeah, he's a great athlete in his own right. Like
he kind of reminds me of like he's almost like a Blake Bortles with a higher football IQ.
That's a tough word, a tough name to bring up. Pick is in though.
Yes. I have Goodell at the podium.
I am. He's not at the podium yet for me.
Okay, I will pause for a second then.
I'll let you know as soon as he gets to the actual podium.
Okay.
Okay, he is at the podium right now.
NFL draft, the Washington. Oh wow, it is Jayden Daniels.
Okay, well, so everything that they've been saying is true. Well.
Wow. Well, okay then.
There we go, Jayden Daniels. Casey's just wanting Bo Nick now next to be picked here, I guess now. Yeah. So Jaden Williams. Let's talk about it. So Commanders decide Heisman Trophy winner, quarterback, and amazing college players last season, especially. But there's so many things about him that you love but also hate. You love the fact he's such a good deep ball thrower. You like the accuracy. You like the ability to run, all that stuff, right? But at the same time, late bloomer, despite being a really good college quarterback for most of his career, but this was like a true leap up the ranks for him compared to anything he's shown before.
Yeah.
The frame is concerning. The fact that he doesn't handle pressure in the way that you want an NFL quarterback to handle it, that being keeping your eyes downfield and trying to find a throw first and foremost. All that stuff is just a red flag in terms of profile. Like those guys just typically don't work that well. And I'm not saying he can't be the exception, but they're betting on a lot of stuff with this that is just historically not the best precedent.
Yeah. Like I'm just imagining like that hit he took against Florida State. Imagine if he does that against like San Francisco.
Yeah, no. Again, like that's ultimately the issue. Is like you can love the talent, you can love the player. If he can't play the same way, how good is he?
Yeah.
Like how good is he going to be if he can't play in the same way he just did for LSU? Which, frankly, if we're being completely honest about it, was all right. You're playing behind two tackles who are going to be drafted for sure, maybe high next year. Two receivers who are going to go as high as top 15 in this class. Another receiver who also people like as a third receiver. And you're throwing a lot of slot fades down the field because teams can't run with those guys. Like that's kind of what that offense was mostly about. That's not going to be the case in Washington. It just isn't. You're going to have to play differently than he did.
Yeah. And I don't think SEC defenses were what they've been in recent, like what they typically are this year. I mean, this was a down year in the SEC.
I agree. It's not quite the same as what we've been used to for them. And again, that's kind of the case at all levels of football. College, obviously the NFL. They're throwing up the Robert Griffin comp, and it's like the problem is, do you get rookie year Robert Griffin and forever, or do you get the version of him that died halfway through his career because he got injured? Like, I love the ability to throw the ball with accuracy and touch. I love as a thrower, his arm talent isn't as good as I'd like a top 2 quarterback pick to be, but it's good enough. It's not going to limit him really for me.
Yeah,
it's just again like, can he play the same way? Can he take advantage of his physical gifts as a runner enough to make up for some of the stuff in the pocket that isn't as clean? Like, that's the question. I don't know.
And what happens if and when those physical gifts fade?
That's the question. Again, I think he's a good enough thrower of the football and a good enough passer to do that. It's just, does he develop the pocket presence you need? Does he develop the ability to throw the ball under pressure when it's not just like coming off quickly or when he's scrambling? Or can he do more than just scramble on those plays? Because right now he doesn't really do that. I think he had less throws under pressure, like while like escaping pressure, than Penix had, which we know he doesn't do that. Like, so it's just tough, right? It is.
And like, especially the way defenses are adjusting in the NFL right now, like you're not going to have receivers running wild down the field like he did at LSU because teams are starting to sit back in those cover threes so much more.
Yes.
How is he going to handle that? Is his first instinct going to be, hey, let's find that check down? Or is his first instinct going to be, oh shit, I need to take off right now? Mm-hmm. And then what happens?
You're right. Patriots pick is in, so they did not trade this pick. So, do we think it's May, or do we think it's McCarthy even? And if we don't think it's one of them, do we think it's Harrison? I think it has to be one of those three. I assume it's May.
Yeah. To me, if May was the pick at 2, I think if you're the Patriots, you either trade out or take Harrison. But I think May is someone that you don't mind going through a rough year or two with.
And he might not have to because Brissett is there.
Exactly.
Like if they don't feel confident enough with their offensive scheme and their offensive playmakers to start the year, they can shove Brissett out there and tell him to make it work for a few weeks even, just to get things started. And then you let May go out there. Like, he's a guy that I think he doesn't have to sit, but I wouldn't mind him sitting because I think it'd probably be beneficial for him. So, I don't know. We're going to find out here in just a second.
Third pick. Drake May,
Yep, there it is. Quarterback.
See the guy in the crowd. with the Mac Jones jersey. With it was clearly a number 10 Mac Jones jersey that he took duct tape over the front
nice.
and wrote
I love
May
that.
on it.
I love that. And there it is.
Yeah,
Patriots take Drake May.
That's
the pick. That if you're sitting here with the Patriots, if you're taking the quarterback, it's May. Like, I was worried that they might take McCarthy in the situation a little bit, just because I feel like Kraft would be like, another Michigan kid. Hell yeah. Like, because again, owners are weird, but they do the right thing. I think if you're taking quarterback here, it had to be May.
I think they tried that, like getting the unathletic guy before with Mac Jones, thinking it would be Brady all over again.
Yeah, I mean, at least McCarthy is athletic, but it's still the same, like low floor or high floor type of guy.
The unassuming guy.
The unassuming guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think
you're right.
Yeah. Maybe that's more accurate. But yeah, no, they decided no, let's just get the prototype prospect. Because I mean, like, that's what Drake May is. There's a Drake May in every single class. I mean,
yeah.
And the spectrum's wide. You could be Josh Allen. You could be Carson Wentz.
I think he ends up being in the Justin Herbert-esque tier, which for me is worth his pick.
Absolutely.
So, I know some people just like hate Herbert just like for weird reasons, but like, yeah, I'll take Herbert at 2 if I can get that for sure. So, yeah, and just his ability just as a thrower, like as much as there's some inconsistencies there, and that's why I worry a little bit. It's just, man, just watching him rip the football is just, it's pretty wild. Like Williams has more of the creativity as a thrower and the different arm angles and the different ability to like place the ball anywhere he wants. But if you just want to see a dude rip a throw, May's about as good as you're going to get for that type of stuff. So it's certainly like you hope that they play it well and like don't shove him out there if it's going to be truly bad. But I mean, he's already used to propping up a bad team. So, I mean, there's that aspect of it. Like with McCarthy, it would have been a culture shock for him to be like, oh crap, I'm not playing with all players better than the team I'm playing against.
Yeah.
But, so, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm glad that this is how it's played out, except for the fact that the Commanders, unfortunately, I feel like this isn't going to be the right decision for them. But
yeah,
hey, we won't know. Maybe Daniels is RG3, but like the good version who doesn't die. That'd be really fun to see that play in the NFL, right? Like, I'd love to see RG3 fully healthy back in the NFL.
Yeah.
So definitely rooting for him. Yeah. I want to preface this because a lot of people, I think, lose sight of this. I want every one of these players, except for the guys who I think aren't good people, which is pretty much none of them. Like, I think maybe there's some guys who have had some issues. Like, I want all these guys to be good. Now, they won't be. So you got to be able to give criticism where you think it's deserved. But, like, I'd love all these quarterbacks are great because that just means the NFL is more fun.
Yeah.
But now the question becomes, what does Arizona do? If I'm them, go ahead.
Go ahead.
If I'm them, it's basically give me 3 firsts or I'm taking Marvin Harrison. I think that's the question, right? Is does someone do that?
The fact that they're still on the clock tells me someone is trying to trade. Because otherwise, why isn't it just Marvin Harrison? Here we go.
Exactly. Which, I mean, I do know the NFL wants teams to let the clock run a little bit, just so that way it's like suspense. But like, I do agree that teams are probably trying to get to this pick right now. If McCarthy really does have if they do have the opinions of him that NFL says they do, then I do think that someone's trying to come up for him. But
he's just special. I mean, Shane, I know you're also a Pennsylvania guy.
Yes.
Did you watch him in high school at all? Did you see him in like any state championship games?
I did not. No.
I watched him his senior year in the state championship game where he was on a team with Kyle McCord at St. Joe's Prep, and they were playing a public school near me actually. That was pretty good. I mean, their starting quarterback was Bo Pribula.
Penn State kid,
but I think Pribula was also like their starting safety too. To give you an idea of
the type of
Kyle McCord and Marvin Harrison Jr. is their top receiver, and nobody is. It was disgusting to watch. Like you were watching an NFL player play against high school kids. Like he's been ready for the NFL since high school. Truly.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I totally get it. Um, for me though, with this pick, pick is in by the way, so I'm assuming this is Harrison, which then begs the question: do the Chargers now field offers to come down? Because I really think they want to come down. I think that they want to tackle, but I don't know if it's alt. I was telling you this. We did this on the show. We didn't make this pick, obviously, but we did this on the show last night, where I'm hearing so much J.C. Latham. So hold on. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison. So very chalk for the most part so far, which is interesting. Again, I was really curious if this was going to be how it went, and this is how it's gone. But what I was saying was like, now that the Chargers are now on the clock here, um, like I think they want to come down. I think they do. I think they like Latham a lot, but I think they can get him later instead of taking him here, which I much prefer that for them if they're going to do that. Now it comes down to someone offer enough to come up and get them out of this pick, right? Is it the Vikings?
Maybe. I think this is. I know you've heard Latham a lot. I would be shocked if this isn't just Joe Alt.
I mean, if they stick and pick, I think if you're going to take a tackle, even though you'd have to move him to right, I do think you should take alt if you are going to take one. But I would also not. If I'm them, I wouldn't. I would just take Neighbors.
And also,
that's what I would do. I would take them. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I get you could move alt to right, but you could also. I mean, I don't think you could not move Rashawn Slater to right either.
I think that they just like moving your all-pro left tackle to right tackle for a rookie just feels crazy. You know what I mean? Like unless Slater's like, hey, I'll play right tackle. Like I can do it. Like I want to do it. Because worse, he moved to left from right and did that because it was the right thing. But like again, that's a move to the more important side. If you like, not really, at this point, it doesn't matter honestly to me. But like, same thing. But
and it doesn't really matter there because they're both very similar, like styles. I feel like Slater and Alt.
Alt's just obviously much more physically imposing, but like, I'd say they're pretty similar still. Like Slater's a good run blocker, man. Yes, like, that's where Alt's kind of bread and butter. I mean, he was a great pass protector at Notre Dame, but I think his bread and butter is still the run game a little bit compared to pass pro.
Yeah,
I think he has more to work on in pass pro than the run game, for example. But yeah, it's so if it is a stick and pick, I hope it's either Alt or Neighbors. Just because I don't want them to reach on Latham, because that again, I just don't see it with him as a tackle. Like I don't, at least not anywhere near this pick. So
yeah, but I love this pick for the Cardinals.
Me too. Like, they needed. I mean, Ossenfort did such a good job moving around the draft board last year. They needed to stick and pick and take a blue chip player here. So
and I know it's more of a draft show, but if you are in a dynasty or keeper fantasy football league, Marvin Harrison Jr. he is the guy you trade up to get. Like he is a guy you go get if you have any shot at getting him, do it.
Murray's gonna feed this dude the football. Let me put it that
way. I would be surprised if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't catch 100 passes like this year.
It's lofty, but hey, with a good quarterback, like usually you're going to number 4 as receiver. You don't have a great quarterback. Like
they do,
right? That's what I'm saying. Like it's different for them. So I do agree that like he's going to be very productive as a rookie in this offense, and if he isn't, it's going to be because they just didn't do it right.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is they don't really have any other threats, so he will get.
I mean, I like Michael Wilson a good bit, but he was a second round pick. It's like, he's going to be, I think, a great number 2 for them, hopefully long term. But he's number 2, and then McBride is the other guy. That's like okay.
But I mean, in that offense, I think he's going to get like a Devontae Adams treatment.
I hope so.
In that offense.
I hope so. So Chargers still on the clock. Chargers still on the clock here. 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think the pick's going to be?
My gut tells me that they're trying to move down, so I think we could see a trade here. But if they don't, Alt, I guess, but like man, I know that it could be a smokescreen. I understand that. But the amount of Latham shit the last 2 weeks, man, like it
Yeah.
just worries me that they're just that Jim's just like, listen, this dude's huge. He's a mauler. I want him, and they're like, all right, like it really feels like that could be what it is. I would hate it, but it doesn't feel as ridiculous as it should be. That's all I'll say about that. So, but before this pick comes in here, actually, I'm going to run real quick and do something, but I'll be right back. I'll leave you alone too long.
Yeah. Got about 3 minutes left on the clock here as I just vamp for a minute. But yeah, this pick, it's gotta be all. Gotta be all. Yeah. Unless if you're truly like not wanting to take a tackle here and you want to go best player available, maybe Neighbors. Personally, I like O'Dunes more. But no, this feels like an alt pick. Almost certainly just because of Hardball. But you never know. Maybe they do go receiver here. Neighbors probably better fit in Greg Roman's offense, but I think to replace kind of the big contested catch guys that they have had, I think it makes more sense to take Odunze. So that's also a tricky thing if they do go wide receiver. This might be a trade. We're minute 40 on the clock. I think, to me, the vibe is they want to trade, but there might not be many great offers right now. That could be what's happening right now. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. Let's see if it was a trade. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like the pick is in, and it's the Chargers. Let's see what comes up. Let's come back from commercial already. Come on, ESPN. The umpteenth Gronk USAA commercial. Now we got Sensodyne. Let's put the pick in. Come on.
All right, did I miss anything?
Pick is in.
Okay.
Do have a wild scenario for you.
Okay.
Chargers. So we talked about these random like Chargers drafting quarterback rumors. Say they pick McCarthy and then send Herbert to the Niners for Ayuk and like all the picks.
Okay.
And the Niners say Brock Purdy's okay, but he's still our worst. Like he's still probably our biggest weakness right now, other than offensive line.
I'll tell you what. If they can somehow make the money work without crippling the franchise, like I said the other day, sure.
The cap's a myth. The cap's a myth.
The cap is a myth until you have a dead cap charge of like $120 million or something like that, and you have to cut everyone on your roster for a year.
Hasn't affected the Saints yet.
Well, I mean, the Saints never had $100 million dead cap or whatever Herbert's would be.
They make it work every year.
Yeah, well, that's just because I think they legitimately don't give a shit about like 2026 at all. There's like, well,
yeah.
What if we said no? Who cares? Casey will not stand this party slander. He is like the 24th best quarterback in the NFL, and that's me being nice today.
And Casey, are you really saying you wouldn't take Justin Herbert right now? Like, come on.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so if this is Latham, I just want to say anybody who watched the Around the Book episode where I said to put some money on him being the first tackle selected, you're welcome. I couldn't do it here, but you're welcome.
Here we go. Alt.
Okay, it is alt. Okay.
Oh, I'm still
I'm glad.
hair ahead of you.
just a little bit, but there's literally like maybe 2 seconds at most. You could literally 1-2 count it, and we'll be like lined up.
What? Was that wasn't live footage of all? He looked very downtrodden.
I didn't actually. I was looking at you. Give me Purdy or give me Purdy or give me death. Well, I might take death in that situation. Yeah. Okay, now I'm just being mean. So yeah, so again, no trade here, which means that if they wanted to, Giants could just say, "Listen, we'll take JJ McCarthy," if they so choose.
But like, is JJ McCarthy enough of an upgrade over Daniel Jones?
Okay, well, if you're asking me that question, yes, because I think Daniel Jones sucks. No, I'm just kidding.
But is it worth the eating the dead money on Daniel Jones?
Oh, he's going to be on the team this year no matter what. Yeah, then they can cut him next year. Then they can cut him next year.
Is it really worth it to bring in JJ McCarthy? That I don't know.
I mean, I don't know for sure either, but I feel like, let me put it this way. For the sake of Felix, who unfortunately is dealing with some stuff at home, so he won't be on with us tonight most likely, but for his sake, I hope they take a quarterback at some point. Because if they don't, he might not make it through the night. Like, I'm going to have to probably call him. Like, be like, hey, you good? Like, what's up? So for his sake, I almost hope they take him just because then he doesn't have to hear about Daniel Jones probably ever again. But if I'm doing it, I do think that I would probably take Neighbors or Odunze here. Yeah. Just me, whichever one they prefer. They're close enough for me where I don't really care which one you take. But just because it gives you a weapon that whoever the quarterback is this year will actually be able to throw to, and maybe solidifies a core for whoever the quarterback will be long term. Right? Like that's kind of my thing with it. But
yeah, and yeah, I don't know. Like as far as receiver goes, who the right fit there is probably just because I feel like Odunze is less similar to a lot of what they have already than Neighbors.
Right. Correct.
I think Odunze makes more sense here.
I agree.
And I think that's what this pick's going to be.
I think so too. But it's, I don't know. The last we heard is that they weren't a huge fan of McCarthy, which does make me think that, but.
Yeah, I don't see us being a quarterback. Especially like I think you can talk yourself into like Daniel Jones was hurt a lot last year. We didn't have a lot of talent on the team around him. Maybe we just give it another year and try to isolate the variable a little bit with him.
Right. And Rappaport was just saying about how the Broncos might be looking to move up a little bit if McCarthy falls from here to get him. Which, again, like, if you only have to move up 4 or 5 spots instead of 7, 8, 9 spots, it changes the game.
Yeah.
Now I care less about if you give up a little bit, right? I still think sticking and picking him is the best thing for whoever takes him. But I could see it happening that way if the Giants don't take him here. Because now the other thing is with the Titans is do they love the tackles enough that aren't alt to not be willing to trade down themselves?
Yeah.
They could probably trade down a few spots and get one of the tackles, if not all of them still available.
Yeah.
So I know their phones are open now, I think.
Yeah. I know Olu's not the best fit for them, but like
it does feel like though that they're going all in on trying to find out if Levis is the quarterback.
Yeah.
What better way to do that than protect his blind side really well, which I think Olu will be able to do pretty quickly.
Yeah. Or they could also go Neighbors too.
They could. I mean, again, the Ridley signing kind of made everybody move off of receiver. But if Alt's their top guy and they don't have a comparable grade on the other guys, maybe.
I mean, it's Ridley and then what else?
Hopkins for a year.
Yeah.
It is Neighbors.
Neighbors. Oh wow.
Okay. So that's what I would have taken one of them. Again, maybe Odunze is a more natural fit, but
yeah, I mean, Neighbors is Neighbors is a souped up version of a lot of what they have, I feel like.
Right. But again, like this is a different level of player than they have in the room regardless, right? So like I think again, like I personally love him in the slot more than anything else because I think his athleticism is just too much to handle there. But I think he could be a Z. X right now, no. I don't think he could beat press well enough. I saw him get absolutely shit on by a personal favorite of mine, Renardo Green, from FSU. So like I think he's going to take some time to be able to be an X if you want him to be one eventually, but he'll be a Z in a slot right now and be a really good one. So whoever the quarterback is throwing the ball, they just got a lot more explosive on offense this way.
But who is making the contested catch in the red zone?
Maybe the recently divorced and not retired Darren Waller. Hopefully. If not, I don't know. Hodgins, if he's still, I think he's still around.
God,
I don't know.
They cut Kenny Galladay, didn't they?
Oh, he was basically cut. He was as good as cut from the day he signed the contract because he was about as productive as a guy who was cut from the team. So
yeah. God, I don't know. This I hate saying this, but like I don't know. This feels like a pick that just might not pan out just because.
I mean, we've seen this with them where like OBJ was great, had a rough end to his career there. Tony was a head case and didn't do anything beyond like one game against the Cowboys. Like I think he's a much better prospect than Tony, and I don't think I think like as much as great as OBJ was, right? I'm not even going to try to say he's going to be him. But like I think you're getting something closer to that than you are to Tony. So like I like him enough as a player where I think that you could take him this high and it's fair. So I'm not going to complain about like at this point, 6 picks in, my 5 of my top 6 players on my board are gone, minus Brock Bowers, and then Jaden Daniels is 15th. But that's obviously his quarterback. So for me, I think the value outside of Daniels has been great. Like I think everybody's kind of taking what they should do. So this makes sense to me. But I mean, we'll see. Now, the question is again for me, do the Titans stick here still? Take a tackle? Do they take a Dunze even? Interesting. Do they take, I don't even who else did they take? I don't know. But like I feel like this could be a trade up spot now.
Yeah, right? I can see the Jets moving up here either to get Dunze or Olu.
That's also a good point. Now I heard that their favorite tackle is Fuanga. So I don't know if they would trade it for Olu, but I would.
Yeah, I mean, if Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback, that's
again. I think they're banking on health, which is scary.
Yeah,
I think in that situation. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But again, Neighbors he's just fun, man. Like I do like him a lot. I think he catches the ball really well. That's the key thing. I think that's the thing that separates him from a lot of other guys that are like this. Typically, where like I think he's legitimately good catching the football. Now, he's not a big contested catch guy or anything like that, but he is big enough to like develop into that a little bit more. But his stop-start, the ability to accelerate away from guys, is just like you just don't see it that often.
Yeah.
So I have no problems with that at all.
This feels like a pick. Their shot. Oh, never mind.
Are they up?
Yeah, the pick is in.
Pick is in.
So we think last prediction.
I'm gonna say Olu.
Yeah, I think I'm with you.
For some reason my feed cut out.
Yeah, I mean, I personally had a top 5 grade on Olu, so like.
Right, I know you especially will do this.
Yeah. He's just like, I don't know. He's just, it's hard to see him being a bust. It's unless he went to like, unless you put him in like a Greg Roman offense.
Well, yeah.
And even then, I still don't think he'd be a bust.
No, but I mean, like any tackle can survive as long as like they're not putting a really, again, like he's not. I don't think he's ever going to be more than an average run blocker, but that's not why you're drafting him,
No.
right? So like, how much do you weigh that when you're not even drafting him to do that anyway?
Yeah, I
I think he can get to a point where he's passive, like passable as a run blocker, like not a problem, but you know.
But I mean, he could be I could see him like once he like really hits his prime, which for linemen is usually a couple of years in.
Yeah.
Once he really hits his prime, he could be a like giving up like less than 5 sacks a year type of guy. I mean, realistically, like he can be that type of elite tackle for a long time. And he's still new to football relatively, isn't he? I think he
somewhat.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I think the ceiling's really high on him.
I agree. Yeah, it's a pass protector especially.
I swear they just put that pick is in thing up just to like keep us here and shove commercials down our throat.
Yep.
My thinking was they do the Titans pick, they put commercials, and then I'd step away for a second, and now I'm stuck.
Yep. That's how they get you. Yeah, I'm guessing Olu here. If not him. Again, they could take a Dunze. Oh, they could take Brock Bowers. Why not?
That'd be a Brock Bowers Will Levis combination is a lot of fun.
Like I like Okonkwo, but he's more of like a move, like kind of like flex tight end, which is what I mean. Bowers would kind of be that too, but he's like a legit slot weapon, I think.
Yeah, I do worry because like I saw. Did you see those pictures of Bowers standing next to Gronk?
Yeah, but like again, I don't really care because he's not Gronk. Like, he's not.
But
like,
I do think he's gonna. I'm worried he's gonna get unrealistic expectations year one, where I think he is gonna take a year to kind of develop into that NFL body, like a lot of tight ends do. Like,
but I also think like how often is like depending on what team he goes to, how often is he gonna really be a tight end? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's gonna be one, but like you know what I mean? Yeah.
But the selling point on him as like him having such a high grade is that he was a really good blocker
for his size, especially.
Yeah.
But even so, he was at least an average one in most times. Like even you factor in the size. So, all right, Titans.
Oh, Goodell just. How many buttons are you gonna undo, Goodell?
Holy JC Latham at 7.
Oh, you're ahead of me.
Oh, am I ahead of you now? Damn.
Yeah, I just got it. I just had Latham come up.
JC Latham. Wow.
I'll just move up a hair and then there we go.
Okay, good. Yeah, that oh man. I don't know. Dalton, you tell me. What do you think here?
That's a bad pick. Like
yeah. I mean that for me at least, like based on my own evaluations, like
I don't know. I think he could be the high end the high end guard could play tackle if you need him to type guy that Alex Leatherwood was supposed to be.
I think he can bring that name up.
I think he is like what Alex Leatherwood was expected to be.
Right.
You know, maybe like similar to like a Kelechi Osemele, a guy that can play tackle and be a serviceable starting tackle, but really he's a guard. I think, you know, Pro Bowl guard maybe, or you know, just above replacement level tackle. And I think that's kind of where he is. And I just think at 7, that's a wild pick considering how many quality linemen there are in this draft.
Yeah. So just to put it in perspective, I have him 25th on my big board. And he goes at 7. And again, I like him enough to like I'd take him in the first to be a guard/tackle for him, but I just think he's gonna end up being a guard. And like that's okay if you're taking him in the 20s. Excuse me. But 7 over Olu and over some of the other tackles, like I think if they wanted him badly enough, I think maybe other teams though would have taken him ahead of them if they'd moved down. But the same thing with the Chargers, where if they took him at 5, it's like, man, I just have to move down and get more picks if you're going to do that. Like that's what it comes down to for me. Like, again, he's strong as hell. If he gets his hands on you, it's over. I understand that. It's just, I don't know if they'll show it, but like his ability to just not even his ability, like his inability to handle inside counter moves when he's trying to protect the edge, it just flashes too much for me. Like I just don't, I don't know if he's gonna ever be a great pass protector at right tackle, and I think you have to be if you're gonna be picked at 7.
Yeah. I mean, like to me, he was somewhere between like 4 and 6 as far as tackles go, but I'd really more consider him a guard than anything.
That's my thing.
I have him as like my 3rd, like he's my 2nd O lineman as far as like guys that can play inside or out. I had him below Graham Barton though.
Right. I had, for just the sake of conversation, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had 7 offensive linemen total ahead of him.
Yeah.
He was my 8th offensive lineman. Now, I think he would be my 5th tackle in that situation. But again, it's like, again, this is for us, right? He could end up being great. Let's just say that. Like, he could be great. I just think there was better players here.
Yeah. If you were dead center and a tackle, like I would have liked Amarius Mims more here.
Yeah, even with the concerns with all his like concerns, it's like I still like the tape though doesn't concern me. Like that's kind of like with Mims is like I understand there's red flags because of the the injuries that popped up, the lack of experience, all that stuff. But when that dude played, he was pretty just phenomenal, right? Like that's just what it was. Okay.
Is Mims your tackle 3?
Mims is 1, 2. He is my tackle. If we're Barton to me as an interior player, she's my tackle 4. Alt, Olu, and Fatanu.
You're high.
I have him at 12. I think he's a tackle. I think with his arm length and his I think he just is much better fit at tackle.
Yeah,
not with his arm length. So. But I think the difference is that Mims is 19th on my board and Fatanu's 12th. So it's it's not like a huge discrepancy, but
are we in agreement this is defense here?
I wouldn't put it past him to just say screw it at and say we're gonna throw the ball 600 times a year. Like
I mean, you did give Kirk Cousins all that money.
I think they should take defense.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if you're hiring Raheem Morris as your head coach, like what?
I missed it. What happened? What?
Oh, you don't see it?
No.
You still can't. They took Michael Penix.
They took Penix.
Yeah.
Are you screwing with me?
No. What?
Okay.
Having a stroke?
Hold on, I'm getting my feed, my stream fell apart here.
I legitimately am worried I'm having a stroke.
Oh, I see it too. Oh no. Oh no.
My brain hurts.
Well, there's your first shocker, folks. There's your
Wow.
first shocker. Oh no. Falcons Michael Penix Jr.
Oh no!
Oh,
No, we have a lot of Falcons people in the ATB chat.
yeah, we got a. I wish one of them. I would love for one of them to hop on here.
Yeah.
Holy hell! This is great.
Oh my god! I like what? So what is the plan to? But he's like kind of old, isn't he?
He's 24, I believe.
And so you're gonna sit him for 2 years behind Kirk Cousins,
Apparently.
and then he'll be 26. Just wild, absolutely wild.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. All in on Kirk Cousins. You have a top 10 pick,
and you take a quarterback.
You do that.
Truly, wow. Well, let's see here. So Michael Penix Jr. is my 40th ranked player on my board. I think if a team traded up into the first round at the end to grab him, I would understand. I do think there's a lot of things working against him to be successful at the NFL level. So yeah, for me, taking a player in the top 8 of a draft that you hope doesn't have to play for you for like a minimum of 2 years is interesting.
That's you could word for it.
You could say they're going to do the Jordan Love thing, but the problem is Michael Penix is a 6-year college player.
Yeah.
Jordan Love was a 21-year-old player, I believe, coming out. Yeah. I got nothing. So I don't know.
Why? And if you're like making that pick for the future, why did you give Kirk Cousins all that money in the first place?
Yeah, like
none of it makes any sense.
This is phenomenal.
Like literally, I can't even wrap my brain around it.
I'm shocked, to say the least. A lot of people couldn't even trade down to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think? So let's talk about this for a second. Do you think that maybe outside of the Raiders at 13, was anyone even thinking about him earlier than this?
I mean, you could talk yourself into being worried that the Broncos or Vikings had Penix higher than Nix and McCarthy on their boards. You could convince yourself of that.
For sure. Also, the Bears pick is in, so let's get ready for them.
Thank God. I need to
no trades so far, by the way, which interesting.
No what?
Is this a Dunze?
Yeah. That's a great pick.
Dude, the Bears are fucking.
That's a great fucking pick.
They're just so excited right now. I do think you're about like 3 seconds ahead of me now that my stream messed up. Just as a heads up.
I'll pause for 1, 2.
You're good. Yeah, that's fine. That should be good. Yeah. So again, like I don't even know what to say about this pick because I'm still thinking about the Falcons taking fucking Michael Penix Jr. at 8. I will say this. Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. After everything he's been through and what he had to do to get back on the field, I'm sure, and to play as well as he did for Washington. Like, ultimately good for him. It's just if you're the Falcons, like you can't be the team to do this.
No.
For me, you can't be that team. The Bears are sitting pretty, by the way. Let's talk about Ramdunze. I have him at number 8 on my board, so right around like they got him a pick later than technically value for me. I think that this completes what is easily the best offensive situation any quarterback has ever gone into as the first overall pick.
Yeah.
By probably a lot.
Rome Odunze, yeah, that's
like
Cole Kmet at tight end.
Who's fine. You know, whatever. Swift is running back is weird, but like who cares? You know, it's like $8 million. You have a bunch of running backs though, if he doesn't cut it. Like offensive line should be pretty good.
Good enough.
Good enough at least. Yeah, like I like Darnell Wright. I like Braxton Jones at tackle. The interior should be fine. Like Caleb Williams is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah.
Like again, could they have used defense? Sure. But in year one with your rookie quarterback, what's up?
We had a trade.
The Vikings trade up one pick.
They must be worried about someone.
Broncos or Raiders. Yeah, Broncos or Raiders.
Yeah, they were worried about the Broncos or Raiders jumping him.
We assume then this is McCarthy, I would guess.
I think it's Nix.
Dude, listen, if McCarthy goes 6th at quarter, like, so if there's 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 and McCarthy's not one of them, that's going to be the funniest thing that could have possibly happened. Let's say that for a second. Yeah. The funniest possible outcome. I'm just going to say. I think it's McCarthy, but
I think McCarthy was everyone's red herring because everyone was interested in Nix and Penix after the big 3.
My thing is like I have Nix and McCarthy literally right next to each other, 28 and 29. Nix is 29, McCarthy 28. So if you think that Nix's ceiling is not really going to be any higher, but his floor is what you think McCarthy's ceiling is, then sure. I think there's enough there with McCarthy for me to take him because he's younger and still talented. But I do get it. Like he's probably a pretty safe bet to be a good player. We've talked about that. But like, man, this will be really funny if it's not McCarthy though. So
I had a late first on Penix, early second on McCarthy. My comp for Nix. I had a late first on Nix, early second on McCarthy. Yeah. My comp for Nix was Dak Prescott. And my comp for McCarthy level of play is Derek Carr.
Mm.
So, like, I think it's close, but I'd take Nix.
This is going to be real interesting.
Yeah. I'm going to step away for 30 seconds. So all right.
Yeah.
Who do you think it is?
I do think it's McCarthy. I do.
I think it's.
But Nix. If it was Nix, I wouldn't be shocked. But I think it's McCarthy probably.
Nix feels like a better fit for them.
I mean, if being honest, any quarterback that gets a third of those guys is probably fine.
Yeah.
But
just that Nix has been in an offense where he's had to throw, like, because with that offense, you're throwing the ball at least 60% of the time. And I think Nix has more experience than that of him being like the focal point of the offense. Whereas McCarthy was never really the focal point of Michigan's offense.
I think that's a fair thing, but I also would mention that, like, with him too, you getting a player 3 years or so younger that you probably think has a similar floor, at least if you're them.
Yeah.
And you have a higher chance of hitting on a ceiling there than Nix. I think in this situation with a top 10 pick, you probably have to lean that way. At least I would as a GM.
Yeah.
But I also understand that Nix could end up being better, though. So
yeah, I think with McCarthy, you're really leaning into, like, because I get, like, just because we haven't seen a guy do it doesn't mean he can't. I feel like you're really leaning into that with McCarthy.
The other thing I keep coming back to and why his evaluation is so tough for me is, like, nobody in the country was better on money downs than him. Nobody.
Yeah.
And I think there's an element of that that's hard to quantify because it's really hard to say, like, well, he didn't have a ton of opportunities to be the guy, but every time he was asked to be the guy, it worked out real damn good. Yeah. And, like, that's why it's hard for me to put too much of the blame on him, like, for, like, not showing us that stuff, because, like, why would he have to? Like, if you're Jim Harbaugh, you're not purposely throwing the ball just because you don't, like, just because you want to, right? Like, you didn't have to. So, also Felix, I'm happy, guys. I'm glad to hear that, Felix. You got your receiver. I know how much you love Neighbors. I think he ended up with him at receiver 1, if I'm not mistaken, right? Maybe Felix can let me know. But yeah, like, I'm just glad you guys didn't take, like, I don't know, Michael Penix Jr. at number 6 or something. So yeah, you guys certainly will not be the worst pick of the night from my perspective, at least. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad Felix is doing well there. By the way, Felix, I have not, if you are watching while you're hanging out, I have not made any Daniel Jones remarks really yet, like not any major ones. We'll get there, but not yet. Oh boy. All right, so again, really curious to see what happens here. And then the Jets, they picked up basically 2 late round picks. I think it's like 4th or 5th. For 10 and 6. Yeah, hey, that team needs some dart throws to kind of fill stuff out. So I think that's smart. I wonder if they're going to take Olu at 11. Or do they take Fuanga, like I said, because that seemed to be who they were tied to.
I think Olu makes too much sense with that.
He does. But it's just like, but then again, like, I think the one question there is like, okay, Rodgers might never play in front of him. Because if he doesn't get if not only from his injury standpoint, but from like if the tackles are healthy, we might not see Olu this year, right? Which is fine from a team building standpoint, but maybe not for like a win now standpoint.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Olu can probably play right away.
He can, but I don't think he'll have to. Is my thing.
Yeah,
if the tackles are healthy, like Smith is going to play left tackle, Moses will play right. I don't think he should play guard. I don't think he has the run blocking for that. Oh, we have okay.
Do you have it yet?
Well, he's talking, yeah.
Yeah, same.
That's cool.
Maybe the kid announcing it.
I think so.
Do you have it?
Yes, he's well, I'm watching the kid right now.
Oh, okay. I'll pause for a second. I see the pick.
There it is. Yep, I just saw JJ. Yep, it came through. Again, that's what I thought. That's what I expected. The Vikings, I think this is a huge win for them if McCarthy was going to be the guy that they targeted, because now you didn't have to really give up anything to get him. And you still have that other first to do with as you please. I think that's big.
Yeah. Now that this has happened, though, if you're the Jets, do you slide back again and do you say, hey, Vegas, Denver, you both need a quarterback. There's only one
Who
left.
wants some more? Who wants some more?
Yeah, who wants
I don't honestly, do you think the Raiders want to take Nix here?
I mean,
because like I know that Minshew's not the answer or anything like that, but like he's fine for now, and you don't have to.
Yeah, but I think
he's 6th quarterback.
If he's an upgrade over Minshew,
Well,
And
yeah,
the big thing is, like, if you upgrade the quarterback position a little bit, and the defense is just as good. I mean, they're a playoff team. They weren't that far off last year.
You're right. You're right. I think so. But I just it feels like do you want to use this high of a pick on a guy that's a sixth quarterback in this class?
I wouldn't normally, but scarcity is kind of an issue
right.
now. Like, I would have been about trading back if, like, if you didn't get Nix, you could get Penix.
Right.
But
now you can't do that.
I think now you just take Nix at 13 if you're the Raiders because like I said, how many games the Raiders probably lost at least 3 games last year purely because of quarterback play.
Well, you guys lost to us because of Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll tell you that much.
And they lost 3-0 to Minnesota. They lost to Detroit because Jimmy Garoppolo missed Devontae Adams wide open twice.
I remember that too. Okay, who the hell's comparing him to CJ Stroud?
What?
Charles Davis compared McCarthy to CJ Stroud just now.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
No. CJ Stroud has more talent was better playing left-handed than CJ McCarthy.
Okay, now we're just being mean, but
yeah. I don't know. CJ Stroud had one of the most impressive rookie years.
I know, and you can't compare somebody to him. That's stupid.
Yeah,
it's bad. Bad thing, Charles. I'm sorry, bad.
And it's not just like the fact that he elevated a bad team. It's how much of a veteran he looked. Like, he looked so seasoned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. McCarthy to the Vikings. We should probably talk about that for a second. I don't hate it for them. I mean, like you said, anyone's going to look good throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and TJ Hawkinson. Like, that offense runs itself. I mean, unless the only people that can look bad in that offense apparently are Josh Dobbs and Nick Mullins.
Yeah. So I love it because you get a quarterback that you clearly want, and you didn't have to move heaven and earth to get him.
No.
For me, that's kind of the evaluation. Is like, yeah, you get a quarterback that you clearly like enough to take in the top 10. You didn't have to move your other first-round pick or really anything of value. So,
yeah.
Jets pick is in this, so they're not moving down again. And I assume this is either a tackle of some kind or Bowers. That's my guess.
Yeah. Bowers would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think so
That's
too.
a fun pick.
Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, and Brock Bowers offense. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. If you can keep Aaron Rodgers upright for 17 weeks.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hey, Tyrod Taylor might be really good in this offense, dude.
True.
Even he could probably be good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Olu.
Man, I'm still.
We can't get it synced up.
No.
Olu. It is Olu, which I love that.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Happy for him. Well, maybe I shouldn't be happy for someone going to the Jets, but yeah,
He's gonna live in New York City, and he's gonna be a millionaire living in New York City for the next decade. I mean,
which kind of makes you like not a millionaire, probably just no. No, I'm just kidding.
And with what he's gonna make, I mean, he's gonna be a franchise left tackle.
I
would be very surprised if he wasn't.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Happy for him as a Penn State writer myself. Yeah. I'm very happy to see him go. I did think he was going to be a Saint, but
and then we might be watching right now clips of one of the top quarterbacks in next year's class there, Drew Aller.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if James Franklin doesn't ruin another another great quarterback.
I mean, the new offensive coordinator from Kansas seems like he's upgrade, but
I do. It does. It is giving off like the whole Aller Pribula situation gives off major Hackenberg McSorley vibes right now.
yeah, well, Hackenberg, he was coached, I believe, by what was it, Bill O'Brien, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Bill O'Brien recruited him, and then his
Was he
last
gone
year
by the time? Yeah.
was Franklin's first year.
Okay.
I believe so, first or second year,
Yeah,
and then
but
Franklin recruited McSorley.
That's right. Yeah.
And Franklin was like one of the only people D1 recruiting McSorley to play quarterback. Everyone else wanted to play safety.
Yeah, which I mean, fair enough, but yeah, I mean, again, Fashanu, best pass protector in the draft day one, I think for sure. Probably has the best ceiling as a pass protector. I mean, you could say alt because of his physical skills, but I think he's the best day one. I think that again, is he going to play early? I don't think so, unless someone goes down. But you have a future left tackle now. You don't have to worry about it for probably a decade. You hope, and that's the idea. But
so the Broncos pick it, man. Who do you think this is?
I think it could be Nix. Could be Nix for sure.
If it's like what me and Jake were talking about the other night, I think this is because I think the Broncos are tanking.
You said that, yeah.
I think this is Brock Bowers.
That's what I would do because you need something to build upon on offense. Because Sutton, it feels more and more that guy is going to be on the team sooner rather than later. Who the hell else is on offense for them at this point? Like the running backs are good, but kind of it.
And Sean Payton is one of those egotistical head coaches that like it wouldn't shock me if he legitimately thinks that he can fix Zach Wilson.
That's the one reason why, even though the Zach Wilson trade should mean nothing, because of who he got traded to, I think it does mean something.
Yeah.
And I do think, unfortunately, that is an indictment on Sean Payton, but I do think it's true.
Yeah. Like he could talk himself into thinking I can make Zach Wilson an NFL quarterback.
More power to him. And also congratulations if that's the case.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that. We'll see. I do think there's definitely a chance this is Nix because I think Sean Payton is also egotistical enough to think that Nix is worth a top 12 pick, just in general, and thinks that he could make him a Drew Brees type thing.
Absolutely.
Which is wild, but also Sean Payton would do that. I'm trying to think because this section of the draft since pick 7, has been little out there, obviously. What would be the funniest pick that they could take? Excuse me.
Funniest pick they could take. At this point, I don't know what's realistic anymore because I couldn't even have even if you said what's the dumbest thing the Titans could do or the dumbest thing the Falcons could do, I wouldn't have said draft Michael Penix.
Right. That's kind of my thing is there a player that is weirdly a fit for them that they could just be well, we're just going to take him here. I'm thinking here
Spencer Rattler.
Imagine that 6 quarterbacks go in the first round in the first 12 picks, and one of them isn't Bo Nix. It'd be really funny. Michael Pratt from Tulane. That feels like a Sean Payton quarterback. Joe Milton.
Yeah.
Taysom Hill, baby.
Non-quarterback. What would be a Sean Payton pick?
I don't know.
Howard Johnson, maybe.
Yeah, they did lose Cushenberry.
And I mean, I think that's a position. Like, I think that's something that Peyton would value.
It's true.
But that's not even a bad pick at that point. I wouldn't even consider it a bad pick.
If he's fully healthy, it's still like 20 spots higher than I'd be willing to take him because he's a center. But it's at least going to probably be a really good player. So, like, I guess it's like whatever. But here we go. Goodell coming out for me. There it is.
Oh, you're him. I got it now. Fuck.
Dalton's like, God damn it.
Wow.
Bo Nix. Top 12 pick.
Wow. So the Raiders did not get a quarterback.
Nope. Unless Spencer Rattler's coming up at 13, buddy.
No. Ow.
My thing here is that, yeah, go ahead.
We are a load up on defense and hope that Gardner Minshew can get this offense 20 points a game.
That seems to be the plan.
Okay.
I mean, hey, he did it for the Colts. I mean, this is a different type of coaching staff doing it, but here's my thing, right? Is like I do like Knicks more than a lot of people do. So I will say, like, I don't hate this, but I don't think 6 quarterbacks should be off the board. Let's just say that. This should not be the 6th guy off the board. Like, this is wild to me. That
there should be 2 right now, in my opinion. I don't think there should be more than 2 off the board.
We've had so in 12 picks, we've had 3 different positions drafted. 6 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and 3 tackles. Which, again, is that from like the way that this draft is built? Does that make sense from like 12 offensive players? I would have believed 6 quarterbacks. I mean,
is like,
all 6 of them are gone at 12.
If the draft was a bunch of like 14-year-olds in an online forum,
this is what it is.
What the draft would be.
I mean, oh my god! Like, again, like, he could be good. I think he'll be be fine. But pick 12 when all the quarterbacks are gone and he's the 6th one.
And then why did you give up? Why did you even bother bringing in Zach Wilson?
More importantly for me, like, why are you not trading down? Do you think someone else besides you, like the Raiders, maybe?
Raiders, that's why.
But but again, if I'm the Broncos and like, I'll take them, go for it. Like, we're not a Bo Nix quarterback away from competing. Like, that's not like that's my thing too. For the Broncos, like even the Raiders, I'm like, man, like I get you guys can maybe make a playoff push with the caliber of quarterback with him, and maybe Minshew isn't that guy, but like the Broncos, like you're not a Knicks level quarterback away from even, let alone playoff contention, just any contention. Like, I don't think this changes. Like, I mean, granted, they're much better quarterback now because I don't think Stidham or Wilson can play. I mean, I think Knicks can play, but does it change your win total more than like by 2?
Yeah, I don't see it because I mean,
especially early. Sutton and Mims, if he ever catches the ball outside of like a deep shot once or twice a week, like.
Is what's his name from Penn State still there?
Oh no, Hamler. No, he hasn't been there for a while. So
I even watched the Broncos decent amount being a Raiders fan, but I wasn't even sure because he just like fell off the face of the earth.
He kept getting hurt. Like he would always just not play. It's like, damn. Man. It's getting the Raiders up here. What are you thinking now with all the quarterbacks off the board? Do you think they go tackle? Do you think they go corner?
I mean, I think it kind of has to be either corner or maybe you go Flaga here.
That's what we had in our mocks. We'd get at least 1 pick, or 2 picks, right? I guess. I think we've had 2 picks, right, so far.
Oh wow! Wow!
I haven't heard it yet, so let me see.
Wow! I don't know how I feel about that.
Bowers. Whoa.
So 12 personnel all day.
Yeah.
We're running 12 personnel all the time.
I don't hate this.
I don't either.
I wasn't a big Mayer fan, admittedly.
Mayer looked good though.
No, but I was not high on him, and I think he's a good player. But my thing was, you took him where it makes sense because I didn't think that he should go anywhere near the first round because I didn't think he was a difference making tight end.
Yeah.
I thought he was a good one. Bowers in the slot, essentially, with Myers, with obviously Adams, and then Mayer is the inline tight end. That's an offense I can get behind.
Yeah, I don't hate that, and I mean, and I think I think at running back you don't have the same dynamic back as Jacobs, but you have guys that if you block it, if you line up in a power formation and block it,
White could take 160 yards. Yeah. I think he could take 160 yards. Man.
And they also got they brought in Madison, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
I think he's a good complementary piece to.
I like how they have O'Connell still as the starter on the pieces of the puzzle for NFL Network. They had O'Connell.
Yeah, I mean,
quarterback.
I don't think Minshew is a lock to beat out O'Connell.
I mean,
it depends.
He could lose to him. Yeah, he could. But
the problem is, I mean, O'Connell was a rookie last year, and he could make a big jump. The problem he probably won't because of his age.
I just don't see the tools with him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because he's a fun player. He's a gunslinger. It's just you don't have the art and talent to be a gunslinger, man.
Yeah, but I don't hate him as a backup because I don't think Minshew can.
Oh no, as a backup, he's the ideal backup for me because he's going to try to actually win the game and not just not lose it. And I understand why backups play that way because it's how you keep a job for a long time and teams like that. But I just hate when a backup comes in and I know nothing's going to happen. Like I know I'm not going to see a single player. I'm like, wow, that was awesome. With Connell, I'm going to see some whoa, what the fuck plays, but I'm also going to see like, oh, nice throw to Davante Adams. Like it's the balance there that I like. So I will give you that. Like I think he's a great backup. But I think with Minshew especially, though, this makes so much sense because he isn't going to threaten vertically that much with his arm talent. And Bowers can make that less of a problem with his run after catch. Like I do think it makes sense.
If you're Davante Adams, though, after tonight, I don't see how you don't request a trade.
I mean, that's fair because do you want to play
at this point, given everything that's happened tonight, it's very clear that Davante Adams is a decoy to get Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer open. That's the offense.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
And then he's going to get a couple, and then the idea is going to be force defenses to occasionally give him a one-on-one and then hope Minshew can give him a chance for a one-on-one.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I like to think that this could work offensively because, like, you have two guys that I think are premium players now. If Bowers works out, but like you're right, it's interesting. Like, I don't know. So 13 offensive players to start the draft.
Yeah, wow. I didn't think it'd be this many.
I thought it'd be at least obviously 7, and then the Falcons were the first question mark, but coming up at 14 and then 14 with the Saints, I think it's going to be another one with a tackle here. Because they kind of have to take one, right?
Yeah.
Like you have 0 unless Ramczyk is able to play. Because Penning can't play.
Yeah. I love Mims here.
That would make a lot of sense. Fatanu, I think, would make a ton of sense because I think he could play left or right if you ask him to, with his foot speed. I wouldn't like Fuanga because I don't think he could pass protect year one that well. I think he's a work in progress there. And if Derek Carr is getting killed, then your offense doesn't work. But yeah, this feels like it has to be a tackle though. But this could easily be like Brian Thomas Jr. randomly. This could be Jared Verse, or like his Verse feels like an edge for them. Like guys could be with the Saints. Honestly, I don't even want to say it has to be a tackle because I think it has to be, but they might not say that. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
who knows with them?
Yeah, I mean,
they're on the clock a while too. Are they fielding offers here?
I think they might be because I do think they have. Don't think the tackles here are. I think the tackles are kind of interchangeable a little bit if you're not that high on Mims.
Yeah, I mean, Faltano is my number 12 player, so I would take him. But I get it though too.
Yeah.
If you can move down, if you could get one of them, I'm still happy
Yeah.
with it.
And I mean, they need a lot if they're gonna. I mean,
They do.
They are further away than they thought they were a year ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I can't believe we haven't seen any like major trades outside of like the one trade up.
No, I'm surprised we haven't seen any player trades. Like no established player's been traded yet. And I think the Bengals clearly have a couple of guys that might get moved tonight.
Ayuk and Samuel
was tonight.
Apparently, I saw that Samuel and Ayuk are on the block a little bit right now for the Niners, but that might be a trade that happens on day 2.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Okay, well is the pick in? The pick is in. Man, I wonder here. Like I said, I want it to be a tackle for their own sake, but I could see them going somewhere outside the box a little bit. Imagine this is Spencer Rattler. I'm just gonna keep saying Spencer Rattler's name just because I think it's funny. 7 quarterbacks in the first round. Oh, Casey's joining us.
Yeah.
What's up, Casey? Hey, joining the party here.
What up? Can you guys hear my stream of the draft or no?
Right now, I do not.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, I have mine pretty low. I have mine pretty low too. So let us know when you see the pick because we want to make sure. Because me and Dalton have kind of been a few seconds off.
ESPN or NFL Network?
I'm watching NFL Network.
Okay, so am I. So I have Fubo TV.
Oh, that's why we're not synced up.
I mean, that's part of it, I think. But also, I'm streaming it from my phone to my TV from NFL Network's app. So, because my TV provider has NFL Network, so I can just watch it through that.
Yeah, we have Fubo TV, so I can watch the Reds.
Nice.
But whatever, like I try to stream and like watch a game while we're doing the freaking betting show and stuff. Like I just cannot watch ESPN for some reason, but every other channel works.
It's because it's ESPN. It's worthless.
Yeah.
No, but so what do you think about the draft so far, Casey? A couple, we'll just say
questions. I want to know, Dalton, what's up with that Raiders pick, man? How you feeling?
I mean, we were just talking about it. Like, I think the Raiders, I mean, given that all the quarterbacks went off the board, the Raiders, I think, made a very quick pivot to just kind of resigning themselves to, like, what kind of team they're going to be. And they're going to be the kind of team that plays really good defense and grinds out 20 points a game with Gardner Minshew. And you need tight ends to do that.
Yeah. Okay, pick here.
Fuaga.
Okay, so tackle. Yep. That's what I figured. Again, not who I would have taken a tackle here, but it is a tackle. I think that makes a lot of sense. With the future of Ramczyk certainly up in the air right now. I think he would be the right tackle if Ramczyk can't go.
But it also gives off some Penning vibes a little bit.
I do think, though, with him, the physicality and run blocking is real.
Yeah.
And I think he could play inside. I think he'd be a guard right this second if Ramczyk is healthy.
Yeah, worst case.
Yeah, which is, for me, like, I think his floor is significantly higher than Penning's, but I do think, again, is he a tackle or a guard? Probably a guard for me, but I think he has a better chance of sticking at tackle because of just the strength in his hands and his ability to over. Like, I think that's his foot speed isn't where I'd like it to be. That's the main thing, but at the same time, like he could be a good tackle, if not a great guard.
Yeah.
So I like this for them. He was my number 21 player on my board. So again, not really reached that much at all for me.
I'm loving all these offensive players going.
This is wild.
14 in a row.
All the defensive players just keep falling. I was like, all right, the Niners are probably going to have to go tackle.
My thinking, Casey, I think this is either going to be the first defender as a corner or it's going to be. I could see this being Brian Thomas Jr.
Or trade
Yeah.
back.
or trade. I mean, they love to trade back, so if they
Oh, yeah.
can, which if they do want a defender, they're not going, so you probably could trade down.
Could you imagine if this is because like we've talked about before,
We had Philly moving
Dean's
up. to
not a
15.
bad fit here for them. Could
Yeah.
you imagine if Cooper DeJean is the first defensive player off the board?
I mean, I like Cooper a lot, but that would be an upset to say the least.
But
But
it-
whoever bet on that.
Cooper
Fit-wise-
DeJean is falling down to the Niners. Him and CMC are just gonna hold
Casey-
the market.
See, the Niners have to draft offensive line.
I don't
Yeah.
know, dude. All these, I was thinking
Well,
that as well. But all these, there's like, we'll have to see who's left the quarterback. Is all I'm gonna say.
That's fair. Well, the Colts seem to have selected somebody.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
So they are on the
Yeah.
phone in the war room with somebody, unless it's them trading down or something, but it seems like they picked somebody.
They show that every year. They just showed ESPN just showed the Eagles fan that has like the gray face paint with the green.
yeah.
Nice.
The guy they show literally every single year.
Yep. You love it.
That guy's
No,
gotta be very wealthy.
Gotta be.
Be it all this. Like, why would you spend a lot of money to go to the draft every year? I just don't get it.
Apparently, so at first someone reported that they didn't tell Kirk Cousins that this was going to be a quarterback pick for the Falcons, and then it turns out they called him right beforehand. That's crazy.
I feel like they knew they were about to do this.
But of all the quarterbacks, like Cousins can handle it.
Yeah,
No, you're right. It's just funny, right? That like they're like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
by the way, not a receiver, not a defensive player to help us win. Quarterback that might play in 3 years, hopefully.
And Cousins probably said, "Great, here, give him my number."
Yeah, he probably did. To his credit.
yeah.
Like, he's just that guy.
Staple a couple $100 bills to it from that contract you guys just paid me.
Yeah, for real.
That's the thing. Like, Cousins definitely is at a point where, like, I think he has made so much money that, like, NFL, like, having actual success in the league, like, it almost doesn't matter to
I
him.
mean, he
when you
cares.
made
I'm sure.
as
He
much
wouldn't keep,
money.
like, I'm sure he cares, but like, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, 'cause, I mean, he is the amount of money he has made in this league is
Astronomical.
it's insane. Like, he's gonna be able, like, he's gonna retire in his early 40s and be a very powerful human being in the world.
If he wanted to be, which personally,
Like,
I don't think he gives a single shit.
I don't know. I could see him being like a politician or something. Hell, the money.
Dude, I don't want to think about that because I know the type of politician he would be.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that. I want to be able to just laugh at Kirk Cousins and his like COVID
No.
comment. You guys remember the "if I die, I die" comment from when
Yeah.
COVID was going on? Like, I want that to be the worst thing I think about Kirk Cousins.
yeah.
Like, that's the like that's the lowest I want to feel about him because everything else about him is so funny. Like all the rest of it is like very harmless and funny. So like I don't want that to be tarnished. But pick is in. The Colts did not trade down. I'm gonna say this is either a corner. I don't
You're
know
like
if I want
3 seconds ahead of me, I think.
to. Okay, I don't want to say which one because I know I'll be wrong. So a corner or Brian Thomas Jr. That's my guess. That's what I'm gonna say.
This is Cooper.
If it's Cooper, good for him, man. I think it'll be a great fit. But it'd be really funny for him to be the first defender taken.
Yeah.
No, especially because he'd play corner in this for this team, so he would be the first white corner in forever, and he's the first defensive
Yeah.
player drafted. Where's Felix at? White boy central, we're coming. Where's Felix? Where's Felix at? He hates
That's
what
what
I
I'm
want.
saying, dude.
He likes what I make fun joke about that. Man, what would be a funny pick for the Colts? Because we've seen some funny ones. Keon Coleman would be funny at 15.
Yeah.
Because it'd just be like, what if we had Michael Pittman but slower? No, I'm just kidding. I think Coleman's actually got good game speed. But all right, so what are we doing here? Come on. Where's Goodell's stupid face at? You know what I've been waiting for is like a really like a prospect that's like messed up in the head kind of to like get drafted and just like deck him when he comes out.
Yeah,
Like just absolutely like unload on him one of these times and like I'll be like, what the hell?
it'd probably be a Philly draft pick.
Probably. Honestly, it'd be a Chiefs draft pick because those guys clearly just like to get in trouble for some reason. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
There he is. There's the guy. All right, come on, Colts. If it's a corner or Brian Thomas Jr., I'll take the win, but I know it's kind of cheating.
All right, he's announcing.
Oh,
Latu. Ooh. I like that.
that's fun.
I like that.
Yeah, he was my edge too, but I don't hate it.
He was for me. Just pull it up. 1 second here. Get this up on Latu. He was my number 9 player in the class, and they get him at 15. So I'm happy with that for them. He was my second ranked defender behind Johnny Newton. So
Fair.
I think those two are like clear cut, like premium day one pass rushers that you just don't see, like polish wise. Like if you need somebody to other than Newton, which again it's really interchangeable for me. These two, if I had to rush the quarterback like tomorrow in the NFL, these are the two guys. That would be the two guys that I'd call.
Yeah,
these two. So like for me, I get that because they've struggled to get consistent pass rush. It's been more of like a team effort there. This guy I think can win. Like if you get him one-on-ones, he's going to win against a lot of tackles.
Yeah. So. I think we're going to see another defensive lineman go here.
Seattle. I've been mocking Fatanu to them for a while. So I think that could happen. I think that a corner could go there even. I know that they they just took Devin Witherspoon, but I think they could still use help there. Byron Murphy could certainly go there.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely a lot of options for the Seahawks. Yeah. It's kind of hard to pick for them, honestly.
Yeah.
That's why I've kind of just stuck to Fatanu because of the connection there and like just feels like it makes sense. But
yeah.
Again, no real trades except for that one move up. Like that's been the other than like the obvious thing that's insane that happened. Like that's been the most surprising part for me.
And be honest, do you think the Jets would have took JJ there?
No,
that's what I'm saying. I didn't get that.
No, I did
not. What I think it was is I think the Jets probably had offers from the Raiders or Broncos.
That's that situation. Yeah, that's why I think they did it because
that makes more sense.
The Vikings wanted to guarantee that no one jumps them.
Yeah.
Because I really do think that the Falcons broke everything by taking Penix where they did.
They did
because they created a shortage as soon as they did that. Yeah. You had 3 teams that needed a quarterback that thought they could be patient, that all of a sudden were like, oh, one of us
never mind
quarterback.
Never mind, I guess. Yeah. It's like
curious what Seattle does here.
Me too, honestly.
I think it'll at least be defense.
Again, I could see that. I'm sticking with my pick at Fatanu just because I've been sticking with it for a while. But it could easily be another defender because we've seen so many offensive players go that like the defense, like the defensive group is definitely stronger. Excuse me at this point.
I don't know. I would still like Powers Johnson.
I know you're a Powers Johnson guy. I like him a lot too. It's just again, I just can't see it this early, dude. Like not just because of the position, but there's been some injury stuff with him. Like, I don't expect to see him today. Let me put it that way. I don't expect to.
Yeah.
A team could definitely take a chance, but
That's crazy to me.
I get it because we saw how early he was being mocked, not that long ago. But
I mean, the tape just really checks out.
it does. Yeah, you're right. I have no problems with it from that point. Like, he's my number 24 player on the board, and that's with a slight bump down because of the injury stuff. Like, it'd probably be closer to like 20 if it wasn't for that. But because I don't know the severity, I didn't want to bump him down too far. But
Yeah. What?
I saw someone on the Raiders Twitter say that before their pick that you can literally choose the best right tackle, defensive tackle, D end, or cornerback. I'm definitely not mad about missing on the quarterbacks. Well, you didn't take any of those positions anyway. So.
Yeah.
Who was it? It
was Sanjeet T.
Oh God, Sanjeet. Ew.
Not a fan. I don't know him at all.
Dude
so I
doesn't.
don't know.
Dude's annoying.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
The only in Raiders Twitter, yeah, he's definitely on the not really a great source.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time on Raiders Twitter, so I couldn't say that I know the difference. So.
No. Most of Raiders Twitter is very, very toxic. It's a gross.
I mean, how could you not be?
Yeah. Other than outside of Mo Moten, there's not much.
Yeah.
There.
So.
And he's more of a national guy at this point with Bleacher Report.
Let me see here.
I still just don't understand that Falcons pick.
Yeah.
Every time I think about it, it hurts. It hurts my head to try to compute.
Again, I want him to be good because it's a great story and everything. And I have a friend personally. I don't know if he's watching at this point because I did send him the stream, but he's a huge fan of him, and I get it. He's fun. I just don't see it as a first-round quarterback. And not only is he a first-round quarterback, he's a top 8 pick at quarterback. So it better work out. That's all I'm going to say. So it's certainly something. Happy for him. Like I said, that he got picked that high, but I would not have guessed that he would be the 4th quarterback off the board. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I thought at best he'd be the 5th. But here we are. Kind of hope he goes into training camp and tells Kirk yeah, we'll see how long you're here for, bud. Be very funny if you took that approach to it. He's like, I'm 24. I don't got that long to play. I'm getting Oh man. I mean, this does give you protection if Kirk's just gets bad for some reason or doesn't recover well from the Achilles or gets injured again. I will say that, but again, that's just not the quarterback I would have taken if I'm doing that. So.
And I just think too, it just feels like Atlanta thinks they're a lot better than they are. I think they think they're a lot.
Yeah, to use the 8th pick on a player that you hope doesn't have to play is tough when you're in their situation.
Yeah,
I know it worked out for the Packers doing that, but that's because they took him 1 in the 20s, and 2 it was a player that needed time to develop, and that's why it was okay for him to sit for years. Yeah, it's not the same thing to me. But I know some people are going to say that. If I go on Twitter, they'll be like, well, he could sit for a couple of years, and that works for a lot of quarterbacks. It's he's going to be 26 or 27 when he starts a game then. If he sits until Cousins is gone. I mean, I know quarterbacks play a long time, but is the 8th pick worth a guy who maybe in a good scenario gets you 8 or 9 years of starting?
I think I got the Seahawks pick ruined for me.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Who did you say?
I said Fatanu.
Oh, okay. I won't ruin it.
I guess it's not Fatanu.
Oh no, I'm just not going to say who it was.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not going to say if it was him or not. I meant.
Okay, the pick is coming here in a
See
second.
Verse
but
here, maybe.
Verse would make sense too. There's a lot of, again, for the Seahawks, like you take a lot.
They
of
can
guys.
do whatever they want here, really.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Other than like something other than draft Michael Penix. That's wow. That pick will never.
That's gonna
never
send.
make
Yeah, that's
sense.
gonna throw us for a loop for a while. I feel like.
As a Raiders fan, like it was kind of nice when that pick happened because I knew they couldn't. The Raiders couldn't top that at least.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do that. They actually ended up taking a player that everyone's like, yeah, that guy's good.
Yeah, they just literally took the best player available.
Yeah, they were like, don't care, just give me that guy.
They literally just went BPA, which
Pierce is probably like, yeah, I'll take that guy.
Yeah.
Which, hey, sometimes it's that simple. All right, Seahawks. What do you got for us here? With you being a 49ers fan, Casey, I definitely want to get your thoughts on this once we hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the guys I could see for sure.
Yeah.
I like
First
that.
defensive player off, or second defensive player off the board.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, he's sweating like a mother.
Seahawks, Byron Murphy.
Yeah. All right. I think the NFC West has definitely gotten harder in this draft so far. First with Marvin Harrison Jr. going to Arizona.
True.
That one I did not like seeing. I was really hoping the Patriots took him or someone traded up to get him. Because now we have him, and then we have Jackson Smith and Jigba in Seattle, and then now we're about to see the Seattle defense come back to life that we've seen from like 2012 to like 2016. So I don't know. I think the division's going to be fun to watch now. I like that they're going defense here. I like when Seattle has a good defense that they can rely on and not have to worry about quarterback play as much as they need to now. So,
Vikings move up to 17.
Oh, here we go.
What's this for, you think?
There must be a corner that they
maybe
are shot. No.
Yeah, maybe they're just like, okay, we can't let the corners fall farther than this.
Yeah,
because that to me feels like what it is. Like,
it's gotta be. There must be a corner that they
either that or I know I said that I wasn't sure where to put him in the mock because there was so much smoke about him falling out the first round. With Murphy gone, could this be Newton?
Could be.
Because that would be because Murphy was my 13th player. Latu was my 9th player. So like there's been a lot of great value from my board last two picks. Jaguars moved down, they get 23 5th, and then the 3rd and 4th next year. So
that seems like a lot to move it for Johnny Newton.
That's for me it wouldn't be, but I get that, defensive
but I mean, would they really be that worried that Newton's not going to be there at 23?
That's my thing. Is corner still feels more likely, but I'm thinking Murphy just came off the board. Maybe that's what it is, but
they
could be an edge still. I know that they added a bunch of guys, but
true.
Could be Verse, could be Turner. Turner still being on the board is a little surprising with his traits. But
they just said ESPN just said that there was a 5% chance of him still being available at pick 16.
Well, there's a lot of top 10 hype, so
yeah.
Dallas Turner. Okay, so the edge. Interesting. Okay. So let me put this in here first real quick.
Oh,
for
he
Dallas
just turned 21. I didn't realize that.
Yes, he is a young player for sure. Again, this is a freak athlete with insane length for his size. Just underdeveloped as a pass rusher for me right now. I think that day one, he's going to be able to win with his tools against certain teams and certain tackles. But I do think, similarly to Chop Robinson, actually, which is my thing with him too, is I don't know if the skill set is developed enough to be an every down player right now. So they did sign Grenard. They signed Van Ginkel from the Dolphins. He might not have to play a ton right away. But I think this is one of those picks where it's like it could easily go either way for me, whether he turns out or not.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with him. So I think he was number 22 on my board. So this isn't like a reach or anything that bad or anything, but he's a boom or bust player for me, I think. You guys have any thoughts you want to add with him?
I mean, I'm just surprised the way the edges have played out. Like I did not see Verse falling this far, given just how physically gifted he is, and like how much the tape is checked out. I'm really surprised that these two edge rushers went ahead of him, given how raw both of them kind of appear to be at times.
Well, I think for me, it's more so that like Latu's day one ready to go. Like I'm not worried about him, and I think that was why he went higher, because teams aren't scared off by medicals. Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But with Verse, I will say he was my number 2 edge for that reason, Dalton, is because I thought he was more prepared to play right now. Now I think there might be questions because his run defense tape was weirdly bad at FSU this past year. Like there's a lot of moments where I'm like, man, you probably should be making a play there whenever you're this powerful of an edge rusher. But I think it's got to be like something that he can be coached up because he has the tools to be a great run defender. And I think his power profile plays at the next level. That's my question with Turner too, is like, and he's as fast as he is and explosive as he is, he didn't convert speed to power as often as I would have liked him to do. Whereas Verse, that's all he kind of does a lot of the time. It's just jack guys back and get off the block. So
I mean, you look at him there, he doesn't look like a edge rusher.
No.
Like, he really doesn't.
No, and there's good and bad to that, right? Like he is a supreme athlete, but like, yeah, I don't know. Full-time edge rusher is I don't know. That's kind of my thing, especially early. Like he could easily develop quickly into one.
Yeah. Yeah, because how young he is, he could easily fill out. I mean, people were worried about Max Crosby's size coming out, and
yeah, I thought that was just kind of weird, though, personally for me, anyway. Yeah. But whatever. So this is super interesting for me.
My bad. I was on mute and didn't realize it.
Oh, my bad, kid. I didn't even notice either.
No, you're good. What do you guys think Cincinnati's going to do here? You think they go offensive tackle, or do you think they try to find T's replacement?
Probably.
They could. Brian Thomas Jr.
To me, this is Mims.
I was about to say the same thing.
It's a Mims.
You got to get a he's the only, he's the closest thing to a sure thing as far as a bookend left tackle goes.
Yeah.
And that's what you kind of need. I mean, after last year, the way the whole team imploded after Joe Burrow got hurt.
Yeah.
You can't ever have that happen again.
Yeah.
Where you need to do everything you can to minimize the chances of that happening.
Yeah, and Mims is a plug-and-play right tackle. I don't think he has to play. He won't probably play it early because of Trent Brown being brought in. But I think he'll be the future right tackle for them for a long time. And unfortunately for me, that means the Steelers won't be getting him if they take him here. And that's who I projected the Steelers would take. But, I think that would be the right pick, though. And this was the team I was worried about with the Steelers because they clearly, I talked about it in the show yesterday, Dalton, how he hits every mark for them to be their first-round pick. And I think the only reason he won't be is if he's not there.
Yeah.
So that throws a whole wrench into my plans. Now, again, if Fetanu falls to to the Steelers and they take him, then I have him ranked higher than Mims, so I don't care about that then. But at the same time, Mims kind of fits specifically what I want the Steelers to do because it allows Jones to go back to left tackle, like for sure, which is where I think he should play long term. So it's interesting. Not to make it about my team here shortly, but I do think this could throw a wrench in the Steelers' plans.
Yeah,
to do this.
No, I agree.
Protecting Joe Burrow just has to be the priority, especially because he is one of the I get he can run, but he is a pocket passer.
Yeah, I will say though, the thing with him, and this is why I loved him so much coming out of LSU, and why so many people did, is his passer rating in college was better under pressure than in a clean pocket, which is crazy if you think about it. But at the same time, you don't want him to have to run out of the pocket because he's going to die if he doesn't. You want him to extend plays on purpose, not out of necessity. That's the key problem here.
Yeah.
I think him doing well under pressure was more of just how good he is upstairs. In that,
he handles it great.
He knows where to go with the ball if there's pressure. He just knows what to do.
Right. So I'm definitely curious what the Bengals do here. And I fear for my team that it's going to be Mims, but I also could see it being something else. I would say if it's not him, Verse would make a lot of sense because the Hendrickson thing. If they do want to move on from him, I know they took Murphy last year, but he didn't play a ton last year, and he's kind of not a finished product in my opinion. I think Verse is more the finished product type.
Yeah.
I would want Newton if I was them, if it was me taking him because he's the 9th player on my board or 7th player on my board, sorry. But I don't think they would do that at this point. It does feel like a tackle for sure, and probably Mims in that case.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Mel has Fatanu as a guard.
Again, people started that conversation before he measured in with his arms, and I'm like, I don't think he's the type of power player to be a guard. I think he's much better as a tackle with his athleticism. Sure, in a wide zone system, he'd be a weapon as a run blocker as a guard, but outside of that, I think you want somebody with his ability to mirror edge players on the outside of your offense, not the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's at least more of a I think he's more of a tackle than Fuaga. I'll say that.
Oh, for sure. Again, I've noticed recently guys that try to go inside that are more of his type, like Godeke for the Bucks, terrible guard, good right tackle. I feel guys that have that the athleticism to play tackle. I just want them to play tackle because I think it plays better than inside.
Dude, I'm sorry. I found a Twitter account.
Okay.
They have called every pick so far 5 minutes before it comes in.
That's not good. Do they have a mole?
I have no idea.
Feels weird to say that.
Because if this pick is correct, I'll tell you when it was tweeted.
Yep, Lamarius Mims. I thought so.
Yeah.
This tweet was from 7 minutes ago.
That's not good.
No,
Are we that far behind, or is that person in the future?
I have no idea.
No, I mean I think I'm literally.
No, because
20, 30 seconds behind.
The official NFL accounts and stuff are tweeting when we're seeing it live.
Yeah, someone told in my Steelers chat. I wasn't looking at it because I was afraid of being spoiled. They said Mims 7 minutes ago, so they must have seen the same thing.
Yeah, if you see the Draft Network, do not look.
Oh, the Draft Network. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah. I read an article. I was reading that article the other day, but then I got paywalled and finish it. But that article about the rise and fall of the Draft Network, is it dead?
It's still around, but it's a shell of itself, basically, because of all the stuff. They still do stuff and they still tweet, and there's guys putting out articles and shit. But I think it's a whole just mess there still, probably.
Yeah. That was like the site a couple years
It
ago.
was. I remember.
So here's where I think either Newton or if not Newton verse, I think both make a lot of sense here. I think
it would make a
Newton
ton of
makes
sense.
a ton of sense.
I think even Fatanu because of like Alaric Jackson's the left tackle right at this moment.
Yeah.
So I think they could like to upgrade that because they already paid all the interior guys and drafted last year with Avila. Now they get a left tackle. You don't have to worry about offensive line for maybe like a decade, hopefully.
Yeah.
Like we're close to it. Like
yeah, this is tough though. Like after losing Aaron Donald, I feel like you have to get somebody
to rush the
Yeah.
passer. I mean, I think that makes a ton of sense. Like I definitely wouldn't disagree, but Fatanu's the one that I sit there and go, okay, well,
Yeah.
you know, I'd get it because you need still more help on the offensive line. You have a 36-year-old Stafford now. I forget. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like, played great last year, but if you want to get more out of him, got to keep him upright, which, again, they kind of addressed that a lot already. But
A small heads up.
Stafford, I just saw with NFL Network, they're saying Stafford wants a new deal because he thinks he's got a lot of time left.
Wow.
Which, I mean, that's if you're the Rams, that's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, does his body agree with that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ew.
I like how they've been showing all the other like draft rooms tonight,
Yep.
and then they cut to the Rams, and it's the most California
Yeah.
room ever.
Man, they are taking their time with this one, so
Yeah.
maybe trying to get someone to come up. Maybe they like guys down the board. I don't know. Interesting.
Their pick is in.
Okay, yeah, I see that too.
Newton.
All right. Yeah, I would say Newton versus Fatanu are the three that I would guess, which means it won't be any of them. It'll be like Quinion Mitchell or something.
Yeah.
Which also, why is him being on the board still is interesting. All the corners
corner hasn't gotten picked yet.
That's
Now, to be fair, I don't think there's a huge difference from like corner 1 to corner 5 or 6.
I think the top three for me are pretty far away from the other ones for me because of the fact that I think all of them are like day one and like outside starting corners possibly, or DeJean is where he's a versatile guy.
Yeah,
but I get what you're saying though. I just
I just don't know how I think the value of the pure press man lockdown corner is starting to deteriorate a little bit.
I get that. I understand that too for sure. But like that's kind of why I like Arnold because I think he's chase everyone around now. Yeah. Like I have Arnold. Good.
Is there a big difference between Arnold and Kool-Aid?
For me, yes, because I think Kool-Aid isn't a great athlete in general for me. I don't think he's that great of an athlete down the field, especially. Not that Arnold's like a spectacular one down the field, but he's much quicker and more explosive in short areas. And I think he's a traveler type of corner, whereas McKinstry's I'm going to lock down and press one side of the field, which is great. But like you just said, is that as valuable anymore?
Yeah.
For some teams. But also there's some stuff injury wise with him, like with his foot that was a flag. Like I don't know if I care as long as he gets healthy, but he just feels like a high floor player, which is great. But if I'm shooting for upside, like I think Arnold could be like a true like inside out dominant corner in the NFL. But I also think I got this pick spoiled, and you will find it interesting if it's right. Because I accidentally looked at the Still Curtain chat for the Steelers site I write with. So It was wrong. I was not spoiled, but that is a great pick. I was
Yeah.
incorrect.
That's good.
Someone must have been wrong about that. But again, I think that's a great pick.
Yeah.
By the way, the player that I was told was Cooper DeJean.
Oh,
So that's why I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, Jared Verse. I think it's really good value overall for him. He was 17 on my board, so I had 2 spots. It's whatever. But they needed more pass rush. I would have liked Latu here if she fell, but he didn't. So it's whatever. That's kind of who I was pegging, I think, for them.
yeah.
But because I thought he'd be the third edge off the board just because of medicals and other stuff. But yeah, Verse is good.
Yeah.
Good guy. Good player.
Like you just watch him and like there's no way like what he does isn't gonna translate. There's just no
I
way.
agree. Like that was the separator between him and Turner for me was yes, Turner is explosive and all that stuff, and not that Verse isn't, but I trust that Verse's play style translates day one. Like I think he's going to be effective playing the same way. Like he won't have to add a ton to his game to be a 3-down starter at edge.
Yeah.
So that's what ultimately separated them for me. So
Like, I mean, the thing is like speed is never as effective at the same level in the NFL. But if you can move grown men, you're gonna be successful.
oh yeah, for sure.
Like,
That's what I said. The power profile is why I had him at 2 because
Yeah.
I just believe that that's going to continue to play
yeah.
at the next level. So, but now my Steelers are on the board, guys. Pray for me.
Who do you want, Shane, and who do you think it's gonna be?
Well, based on the board for me, and when you factor in need, Batanu would be my number 1 choice because he's the best tackle left on the board for me. Second would be probably Barton because of the center guard, even maybe a little tackle flexibility. They don't have any centers on the roster. I think Barton is more than just a center, which helps him for me a little bit. I think he's worth this pick. And then third would probably be honestly Johnny Newton. Because Cam's getting up there. I love Benton. That was a huge pick. I predicted that last year. I was really happy with that. But they still need a lot of help inside, especially like after this year, probably. So any of those 3, and I'm totally happy with it. The problem is the player left on the board who fits the most categories for them is Wiggins. And I would not like that with all the corners on the board. Like he's, I think, my 5th or 4th corner. 4th corner, but barely. Like I probably for the Steelers I would take. Oh boy, for the Steelers I would take even Kool-Aid over him, even though I'm a little bit lower on Kool-Aid overall.
Yeah.
But because he's a better fit than Wiggins would be. So, but the fact that all the corners are on the board here scares me a little bit because they did go to the pro days of a lot of the corners. So like that's enough for them to be in play here. But this is not at all the board I thought the Steelers were going to be dealing with. Like not even close.
Yeah.
So it really throws a wrench in everything. This could even be Brian Thomas Jr. Like a lot of people were predicting that. Now I don't think he fits enough categories to do that, based on like what they look for in a first round pick, like what they do. But I wouldn't be that surprised by it.
Yeah. Gosh, man, these commercials.
Yeah. I also need to take a little bit of a potty break, we'll say.
All right.
But I am not doing it until this pick is made because I will miss it for sure if I go. I know how that
Yeah.
I'll come back and you guys will be like, they took fucking Michael Pratt. I'm like, God damn it. No, so we'll see.
Spencer. No, it'll be. Oh God, what's the name? The Georgia quarterback.
Yeah.
Georgia quarterback?
Or did he not go in the draft? Did he not?
No, Beck is still at Georgia.
Beck.
So who's your final
You
pick?
get Sam Hart. Or
Shane.
you'll get yeah.
Who's my final pick?
Yeah, who are they going with?
Barton would be my guess.
Okay. And who do you want again?
Fatanu and then him. So I honestly I
Okay.
wouldn't care if it's. I'd be fine with that.
Gotcha.
As much as center is a huge need, like I just can't watch Dan Moore play football anymore. I can't do it.
Get that.
Like, just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Not interested. Okay.
Hiding back here.
I hope if there is, it's one that you know about. Oh man. Okay, so Steelers.
It got ruined for you?
No, but I'm concerned because it's them. I mean, I trust Khan a lot from everything he's done in the 2 years he's been the GM, but like they could easily break my heart here by taking like Wiggins or something stupid.
Yeah.
There's not many things they could do where I'd be like, this is a tremendously bad pick, but like,
yeah,
there's certainly a few that could do it. Oh man. Again, this is just not the board I thought they would have.
It's been a weird night. I mean,
it's been, which honestly is what I want to happen. But like, we've been right about a couple of things, like Arnold falling this far.
Yeah,
granted, all the corners have fallen this far.
I don't think anyone. If you told me no corner would go in the top 20, I'd be very shocked.
I think
but
a sneaky pick here would be DeJean.
Yeah.
So just throwing that out there because they did bring him in for a visit. So,
and we know he would look good in a Steelers uniform because he played.
Yeah, it would be basically the same thing. And he'd be going to a team that is identical to Iowa.
Yeah.
All defense, no offense. Let's go. Oh, Cam's coming out. This better be good because they're bringing him out here.
All right, could that mean
Johnny Newton?
Johnny Newton. That's what I was thinking. Like,
again, I won't complain about it, even though it's not my favorite need. It's not the biggest need, but at least be a great player. Oh, it's because of the.
Cam's starting to gray.
Yeah, he's 36, I think now, or 35, one of the two.
I remember watching him at Ohio State.
Oh yeah, good player. Walter Payton Man of the Year, baby.
Good dude.
He does a lot of great stuff in the city. So
yeah.
All right, Cam, don't let us down, buddy. Give me good news, my guy. I've got to give a speech, make me have suspense here. Thanks.
Yeah.
Cam.
All right. And even it says selection.
Yeah.
All right, Cam. Good speech. Now tell me my fate.
This is so much worse on mute, too. Okay.
Yes! Troy. Hell yeah. All right. I can sleep easy tonight, guys.
Yeah. It got spoiled for me, so I was like, he's going to be super happy.
Hell yeah, I'm happy. Fuck yeah. All right, cool. So, again, number 12 player on my board. Third tackle for me. Shade under Olu just because I think the pass protection is so good. Can play kind of everywhere. I do think he's a tackle. I think he's going to be either right or left. As much as I love Jones going back to left, this makes me a little less worried about it if they don't do that. Because I think Fatanu can start at left tackle right away. I really do. And it just gives you two bookends that they haven't had for really as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
Like that's what it comes down to. And you have new quarterbacks, you have a new offensive system. You need something to hang your hat on. I think the tackle play is how you can do that now. And now you just hope you can get a center later, which you definitely can. None of them have gone off the board.
Yeah.
Huge fan of it.
They should be fine.
Gotta mess with some friends here.
But yeah, the way the interior is played out, like you could easily get a center next round. Man, Zach Frazier would be a hell of a fit for them in the second round.
Yeah, I mean he's my third center pretty easily, but again, I don't care about that because he's the starter. Like he'd be a starter right now.
And I mean, like I think if he fell that far in the second,
I think he could for sure. Especially if I think there's non-zero chance that other than Barton, no center goes in the top 40 picks. I really think that's possible. I know JPJ should for sure.
I just all it takes is one team, and I can't see. I know 32 teams saying no.
You have to remember something that, and this is something one of the guys that writes with me at the Steel Curtain has said that I do agree with. How many times have we said that there's a center prospect that's awesome, and they go in the 50s?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that he won't go earlier than that and that he shouldn't. But Creed Humphrey went at 56, 57 to the Chiefs. JMS last year. John Michaels, he granted rough rookie year, so maybe he shouldn't have gone higher than that, but we don't know yet. But again, in the 50s. Linderbaum went really high for the Ravens, but that's because the Ravens just take great players. I don't think he goes that high to another team, right? This is the type of stuff that happens with the draft, unfortunately, for centers. But the hit rate when you take one in the first round is basically 100% except for Billy Price. Sucks Bengals. Too bad.
So when you understand that one.
I don't know, but when you take one, it almost always works. It's just that teams just don't like to do it because you can get them later typically.
Yeah.
So again, I hope that happens because it means we can address the offensive line as a whole, but we'll see. But in that note, I'll be right back. You guys can think about the Dolphins here at 21, I guess.
It's in, yep.
Oh, they're in. All right.
Yeah. Big is in. I mean, I think this has to be Barton, right?
Yeah.
I just don't see. I mean, Barton, just especially his mobility and the way he gets up the field, it just makes too much sense for a Mike McDaniel offense. And I feel like that's. I mean, the only other pick that would make a lot of sense would be Johnny Newton, because they did just lose Christian Wilkins. So that could make sense. We talked about the other night. Corners are aging. They could decide to take one of them, but I think if it's offense, it's Barton. If it's defense, it's Newton. What do you think?
I think they're going to go O-line or D-line in this one. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy here for them, anything surprising. I think if they were to go D-line, it'd be edge rusher. I don't know. But like you said, if they go offense, I'm going Graham Barton. But defense, I think it'll be defensive line. I don't know.
The only thing is they go edge. The next best edge is probably Chop.
Yeah.
And it's tricky with Chop. I mean, Chop could be really, really good. And he could also be just a pure third down rusher.
Yeah. Well, we're about to see.
Is it back on for you?
Yeah.
It just came back on for me. Yeah, I think Barton should be the pick here. I can't see it being anything else.
I'm gonna go Barton or Chop.
I love that Mel's best available is Cooper DeJean right now. That cracks me up. A white corner. I mean,
Man,
so we went 20 picks, no corners. What kind of draft is this?
I have no idea, but it's making me happy because I wouldn't be mad about the Niners picking one up.
Fair. And the way offensive linemen are coming off the board.
Yeah.
But then again, I think now it's kind of like a situation where you almost have to go line now before they're all gone.
I don't know, dude. I think Miami's going to go defense. Yeah, I know they need offensive line, but I think defensive line's where I think they're going to go edge. But
see, the fact that like they lost both D tackles, including a star in Christian Wilkins, and
All right,
Newton is the best defensive player available. So
he is.
I think it's Newton.
I think it should be, but I don't think it will be.
I think it's going to be.
I think it's going to be Chop.
I think it's going to be Graham Barton. If
Barton would make sense too.
Yeah. Oh wow! You got it right, Casey.
Edge, dude.
Did you still have it spoiled, or did you?
No, I swear I did not do the spoiler on that one.
That's impressive.
Chop Robinson.
Yeah.
Number 32 on my board. I've watched a ton of Chop Robinson, as you guys probably assume, with Penn State connection. I don't know what to say about this because ideally, he's a third down only player early on and might not ever be more than that for me. I don't see a player that has the ability to play against the run right now. He'll make explosive plays against the run occasionally, but he'll also just as easily not be involved in the play after about a second because he gets watched. I know someone that we work with occasionally with Tyler Fornes. He has him as his 4th overall player. I can't get remotely close to that, but I understand because of how good the first step is. It's special.
Yeah.
I still just think you need more than that. And right now, I don't think he has much more than that going for him.
He kind of reminds me of Chase Young a little bit at Ohio State towards the end of his career where, like, he looked good sometimes, but, like you said, he just couldn't, like, if he didn't get his first step in and get where he needed to in that first split move, he was out of the play.
So, yeah. That's the thing is I think when it works, when he gets against a tackle that can't handle his speed, it's impossible to stop him. When he gets against a tackle who can take away that outside move, he kind of doesn't have anything else to go to right now. And I hope that changes, but I think, if he's the third edge when those guys are healthy, that's great because he doesn't have to play a ton. He could just kind of rush the passer in certain matchups. But I think if he's a starter, especially early, I just don't think it's going to work out that great most of the time. But we'll see.
Yeah.
It's tricky. Because it could pan out, but I mean, it's just such a pure speed rusher.
Right.
And that's Oh, sorry. You think we go cornerback here?
This is Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
If it's you think this is
Cooper?
It's one of the corners for sure. I think that for Fangio's defense, Cooper makes a ton of sense. So it could easily be Cooper. But I do think it's gonna be a corner of some kind for sure. So
Cooper DeJean would if it is Cooper DeJean, you will see Cooper DeJean jerseys all over Delaware County.
Oh yeah.
That will be the uniform of Delaware County.
It will be, yeah. Would be electric for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay. I am gonna, while they're still on the clock, I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Gotcha. Very interesting that all the corners are here. Would not have guessed that. With the player, like with the teams that have come come away with what they've
Yeah.
come away with so far. Like I just wouldn't have thought that. But for the Eagles, I mean, they're taking every second. Are they
Yeah.
trying to maybe move down because of all the corners being gone? I think for Jacksonville, that trade from 23 or down to 23.
Oh, they're
If
pitching.
they want Thomas Jr. and he isn't picked here, which I don't think he would be, that's a really nice get for them to move down that far and still get a receiver if that's what they want. They could also take a corner since there's going to be all of them available except maybe one.
Yeah.
So I think Jacksonville is actually doing a good job so far with that trade down.
Yeah. I'm just curious what Philadelphia does here.
Yeah, my guess has to be corner, but DeJean would make a lot of sense for a Fangio defense, admittedly, in kind of every way. Mitchell would too, though, because as much as he showed his man coverage ability at the Senior Bowl, like he played off man coverage pretty much every snap of his career at Toledo. It felt like, so like he would be able to do a lot of the Fangio stuff.
Yeah. He was he was a guy I was like hoping the Niners kind of traded down to get. He was like my one guy. I was like, I would love to have him.
Yeah.
At corner.
All right, Dalton, final prediction, Cooper
DeJean, yeah.
I agree.
I think I'm kind of with you there, yeah.
I lived with Eagles fans all through college.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Very fun pick. It'd be an interesting pick.
They would love it, dude.
Yeah, going to school in Lancaster, we had a lot.
Oh, Lancaster? All right.
Just a bunch of scumbags.
Well, specifically, I mean, the stereotypical Philly scumbag, that's very specifically Delaware County. My friend Myron is more Delaware County people. I did know some Delco people, and they are some of the most fun people I know.
Delco, dude.
It's a lot.
That's great.
It is very much a very specific vibe.
I'm about to hear a lot of one of us chants when Cooper DeJean gets picked here.
Oh my god!
From the Delco boys.
Jeez.
You will just see that county will be littered with DeJean jerseys.
Absolutely.
To be the number one seller.
As they should.
Which they need. Kelly Green should be the default at this point.
Should be.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. All right.
Okay.
We're talking about the international game.
Oh.
That's right. They're playing the Packers in Brazil, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take my headphones off since you guys are ahead of me.
That game is going to be cramp central.
Oh my god, yeah.
They're going
to have
like
buckets.
After like Brazil's big stadiums are in the middle of the Amazon.
Yeah. Talking about my lotto at the international thing.
Oh god, this is going to be 3 minutes before we actually hear the pick.
I know.
Bro.
He's over in Australia. That lady or the guy, I can't tell if it's the lady or guy in the back, just like.
Yeah.
Quinyon Mitchell. Okay, so it's the corner, but Mitchell. Okay, that's what I would do if I was them. So I get that. I did kind of. I was buying the DeJean Delco boys conversation, so I'll give you that. Quinyon Mitchell first corner off the board.
Sense.
Yeah, Mitchell first corner off the board. That's chalk, but also not at 22. I didn't think, but he does not look particularly happy.
Yeah.
Maybe just because he fell farther than he wanted to, or maybe that's just what he looks like. I've never actually seen him like Like I've seen him play, but obviously, but
I don't know. He kind of looks pissed off.
maybe he's just like, man, I should have been picked 10 picks ago. Which, like, all right, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. But now you're on a playoff team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
playing for Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're on a team that can get back to the Super Bowl.
Very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Let's see, 46 pass breakups is crazy in college. It's just really funny.
It's just so tricky. Because of playing in the MAC, like it's just so hard to tell.
For me, it's not even about playing in the MAC. It's the fact that he was literally it was just like, okay, I'm going to stand 10 yards off the line of scrimmage and just jump everything because they can't handle my speed and athleticism.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, not only was he playing lesser competition, he was just so out of place.
Mm-hmm. But again, like I think he showed the ability to do everything at the Senior Bowl, which is huge for him. And like the physical talent is undeniable. It's insane. So like this is a guy you give to a great defensive coordinator and say, hey, you can make this guy work, right? And he's probably like, hell yeah, I can make this guy work.
And he does have this tape at least, which helps a lot. I think.
Yeah. He looked a little happier now once he got on the stage. That's good.
Jaguars pick his in.
I think this is either Brian Thomas Jr. or one of the corners, whether it's Arnold or whoever. Probably Arnold for me if it was them.
I'm just
I would assume.
Keep saying DeJean.
He should be coming off the board here soon. Dude, if he goes to Green Bay after all this time of like the Green Bay stuff with him, it'd be so perfect.
One of my roommates in college, I was talking to about them taking DeJean, the Eagles taking DeJean possibly. He said someone said on Instagram that DeJean is the Jackie Robinson of white people. Just a wild comment. Just wild comment.
I'm gonna refrain from commenting on that.
Yeah, that's an insane comment.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that and move on.
That's an action. Some human being out there put that out there on the internet.
Here's the thing is that is not even remotely surprising to me.
No. So
Jair is an interesting comp.
Yeah.
He's bigger than Jair though, right? I think Jair is a little like closer to 5'10" than 5'6",
Yeah.
6 foot. And like maybe not even as heavy. I'm not sure. Like that's why, like right there, he's just like, yeah, I see ball, get ball, screw you.
Yep.
Like that's just, and then the Senior Bowl tape was just unbelievable.
Clamps.
Like he's a great example of why like speed for corner, even though it's not everything, it is so nice when you can just like when guys just cannot run away from you in phase.
Yeah.
Like just they literally like unless you were truly beaten off the line, they cannot run away from you. Yeah. And that's what he showed so often that I'm like, man, that's nice. It's just nice to have that.
All right, what's our final picks for Jacksonville? I'm going Cooper.
I'm going Brian Thomas Jr.
All right.
Yeah, considering that they lost Ridley, I think that makes the most sense.
And like you could say that Gabe Davis, but I could not care less about Gabe Davis. Not gonna lie. No offense to Gabe Davis, just don't care.
Now you mentioned Gabe Davis, though. Could this be AD Mitchell?
It could be. I think there's definitely people that have him ahead of BTJ. I'm kind of like, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check yeah, he's actually. I did end up having him 3 spots higher than BTJ. I think that he's going to be able to, if he hits his ceiling, I think he can do more things. That's kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I think he's a better route runner by a lot right now. And I think he has similar athletic traits, even if maybe he doesn't use them as well as Brian Thomas Jr. does right now.
Dude, this is live looking at the Jaguars war room right
What's
now.
What's up with homie?
Dude, with the neck braces just looking all awkward, and then Tony Khan in the background with the freaking stash. Oh,
stash is immaculate.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
I saw the pick or whatever.
Oh no, Casey.
I pulled up the NFL website.
Hate being spoiled, right? That's why I'm not looking at my phone. And come on, Jaguars. Do something funny if you don't take him there. Yep. Boom.
Yeah. I hate that the website's ahead of the fucking broadcast.
So I do love this for the Jaguars. This is something I thought could definitely happen at 17, and they move down and still get him. Ironically, I will consider this a little bit of a win for me, and I'll just throw this. I haven't thrown it up here yet, but just to make sure everyone doesn't think I'm full of crap. On my board, Brian Thomas Jr. is literally 23.
Nice.
So I will take that as
Yeah.
a win for me, I guess. But no, he was, again, I think he's great. Definitely firmly round one receiver. Athletic traits out the wazoo, like just insane athletically.
Yeah.
And I think as a floor, he's a great deep threat receiver that you can ask to stretch the field and take coverage away from guys.
Yeah.
At his best, I think if he can develop more as a route runner and the contested catch stuff becomes a bigger part of his game, because I do think he lets balls get into his chest a little bit too much at times, then he could be a true like alpha one guy. Like I think he has that ceiling at least.
I think I think he has the potential to maybe blossom into that. I think, more likely he's probably like a 1A. He's probably one of those like 1A.
I mean, if he's your number 2 and he works out, that means that you have a great number 1 and then you have a great offense.
Yeah.
Like that would be the ideal with him, I think. Kind of similar to like, not similar players, but Devontae Smith being the number 2 to AJ Brown.
Yeah.
Like that type of situation would be awesome for him. But even if he ends up being the number 1, I think you can definitely be happy with that if he develops into what I think he could be. So, but I mean, his ability just to separate vertically is just, I mean, for a player his size is crazy.
Yeah. All right. What are we thinking for Dallas here?
Barton?
Yep, that's what I was going to say, Graham Barton.
I mean, they don't – who's the center right now?
Yeah, they don't have one.
Granted, who's the tackle either. So, like – and then you're looking at the tackle board. Yeah, he could. But I think ideally you'd want to
go Barton, dude.
Barton
It's
would make
an
a lot
easy
of
pick.
sense. I'm looking at the tackles, though. I mean, my best tackle left on the board is, I think, Jordan Morgan.
Maybe me.
Guyton, I don't know, man. Like, he doesn't – the best way I can describe him is I don't think he actually blocks people. I think he just kind of gets in the way of people right now.
Yeah.
Like I don't see him like actually use his physical gifts in a way that is conducive to good blocking right now. And so if you stuck him out there day one, I think it would be bad. And the Cowboys are trying to win this year, because if they don't win this year, what the hell do you do? You know what I mean? Like, what do you – like, that's part of it. Now, granted, they could say we don't care and we want a developmental tackle. Like, that's fine. In that case, probably Guyton should be the pick if you're developing somebody. But he's probably going to have to play right now if you draft. Like, they don't have – like, who's playing tackle unless they're kicking Smith out to tackle, which he's been so good at guard. I'd rather not do that if I don't have to.
Yeah.
Like, they're a tough one to pick, because they have – for a team that is in a position where they kind of have to win right now, like, they have so many holes.
Yeah.
Like receiver 2, if Cooks is as bad as he was last year, which he's not getting any younger, Jalen Tolbert's their third technically. If Cooks is the 2, center has a huge hole, tackle's a huge hole, running back's a huge hole. Now, granted, they probably can obviously take care of that later in the draft, so that doesn't matter as much. But like, I don't know.
Yeah,
they're tough to peg down. I think Barton is one, definitely at this point, the best player left on my board.
Yeah.
Well, Newton is the best by a lot because he hasn't gone. Arnold, and it's just Arnold and Newton that are higher than Barton. And that, again, like, you could take one of those guys and it'd be like cool, but Arnold isn't obviously a fit because they have enough corners, I think, for now.
Yeah.
So yeah, Barton would definitely be my pick if I'm taking him here, or if I'm the Cowboys here.
Newton feels like a luxury pick for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. He definitely is a luxury pick for them. But, maybe they just like, oh, well, we'll just take the best guy.
They're
But who
taking a
knows?
lot of time. They're about to hit the.
They are a team that I could see move down if they want to tackle but don't want to take him here.
Yeah.
Like, I could see that for sure.
I know it's not gonna happen, but this is Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Right. Well, see,
Trey Benson wouldn't shock me here. Just saying.
dude, Trey Benson at 24 would be electric. Electric.
That's a Jerry pick though.
Right, but
Yeah.
I think what I would hope is that the other guys in the front office there are like, hey, listen, Jerry, remember when you didn't take Johnny Manziel and you took a Hall of Fame guard? Let's do that type of thing. Let's go that sort of way. And then Jerry's like, but fast.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, all right, Jerry, we could probably get him in the 50s maybe in this class. And he's like, fast. The funniest one, the funniest one, Xavier Worthy.
No way they do
The
that.
I almost want to like
I get it.
guess it, but I don't think
Wouldn't
it's gonna
shock
be.
me.
Or AD Mitchell. If it was AD Mitchell, I would at least be like, that's a good value because I have him at 20 on my board. But like,
Oh, there's a trade.
trade Detroit.
Yeah.
Now, who the hell are they taking? Because they could take anybody because it's Detroit.
This could be Newton.
This could be Trey Benson. No, this is going to be Edgerrin Cooper because they like taking linebackers in the first round apparently now. I don't know. What is a weird Lions pick? Darius Robinson. He was tied to them a lot. I wouldn't take him this high, but he was tied to them a lot.
I think this is Newton.
Dude, if it's Newton, that would be awesome for me personally because I think he'll be awesome in that defense. With
I think Newton makes a ton of sense here.
Sense, yes, but this is again the not the Colts, the Lions we're talking about here, and they beat to their own drum clearly. I'd like AD Mitchell too, to pair with Amon St. Brown. Man, this is interesting.
Who are they going to take?
Yeah. I don't know if you trade up for a receiver right now the way
I don't think so
we're
either,
shaking
but
out.
I mean, yeah, because you realistically only probably have to get ahead of Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's still a lot of good talent at wide receiver right now that are, I think the next few guys are pretty close.
I think I understandably, like, for me, like, Mitchell's really high on my board, so I get that. But outside of him, I think you're right. Like, I think there's clear, like, tiers of receivers that are close together here. And even he has obviously some issues that is being talked about, which is mostly like, don't like dealing with diabetes good, what do you do with that information? Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to feel about that? Yeah. I don't know.
But like, is it he just gets grumpy?
That's what it was. He's like, apparently his attitude is bad. Apparently his attitude is just bad when he doesn't deal with his diabetes right. I'm like, well, no shit. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. There's got to be somebody that you can have follow him around and be like, hey, do your shit that you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, how many people are running around an NFL sideline not really doing that much?
I don't know. We'll see. Man, this could be literally anybody.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because again, like, look at their draft last year, and it's like, yeah, it worked out mostly, but it's like we didn't know any of that shit happening. I didn't guess any of that. Imagine this could be like a Terrion Arnold.
Could be.
Yeah.
Maybe a Cooper DeJean jump in front of the Packers.
Oh, there we go. We'll just get Cooper until he gets picked. Cooper DeJean.
You will be right eventually.
Yeah.
If you want to get one right.
And actually, because Campbell's like a special teams guy.
Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't hate that at all, but yeah, I'm thinking my guess would probably be Arnold with the group they have at corner right now.
Yeah.
But still, I would be fine with DeJean too. So
it's just taking forever. Come on, get the pick in.
Pick's been in a while. They just want to make it last a little bit longer, make us sweat it out.
It has been a quicker draft, I feel like.
Yeah, a little
Well,
bit.
no, it is 11 o'clock already.
I was about to say.
Yeah, it takes a while though. This is what we do. Be back at it tomorrow, but be watching here. Tomorrow I'm gonna relax a little bit more because I'll be with some friends and stuff. But
Yeah, same.
this has been a lot of fun though, for sure. I'm glad we're doing the first round.
Might be doing Hershey Park tomorrow.
Oh, Hershey.
But yeah, we have
I've
we
not.
have passes.
Oh, there you go.
They're doing like a season pass event tomorrow.
Nice. I've been to Hershey one singular time, and it was pouring raining.
Oh no!
Yeah, it sucked. Kind of. Mostly just ate too much chocolate in their little shop.
Chocolate World.
Yeah, I was like, man, I shouldn't be here. I'm too big for this place.
I World ride where they put you in the fake oven and stuff like that.
I did not do that. Okay. There's actually a local flag league near me that I want to. Once I'm like 100 pounds lighter than I am right now, I want to join.
My buddies have been trying to get me to join their flag team, and I just haven't had any time.
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see what we got here.
All right, let's go, Ellie. Chop, chop.
Do you guys see the guy dressed like Fozzie Bear in the crowd?
I did not.
Terrion Arnold.
Yep, there we go. Okay. Glad I threw that name out there at the end. I look smarter than I would have otherwise.
There you go. There he is. There's Fozzie Bear.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Hopefully the Packers are already got their pick in.
I know, right? That's got to be Cooper, right?
Oh, dude, if it's not,
yeah,
we riot.
It has to be.
I do love that actually for the Lions. I think that's great.
Yeah.
He's my number one corner, number 11 on my board. So it's the opposite of last year where I was like, who? Why? Jahmyr Gibbs. Running back? 12? Turned out pretty good.
Yeah.
So I guess I can't be mad at it, but it's funny. It's just like, not what I would have done. But
yeah, I am really beginning to see the just draft the running back in the first round every 5 years strategy. It seems to be
I mean, if there's a good enough one, then I think it's totally fine to do that. If you don't have another need that's like got to be done in the first round, especially, just because it's valuable to have that. Like, because if it's the caliber of player that's worth it, then it's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Or
would I do it at 12 all the time? No, but
yeah. Or do it every 6 years and just franchise him one time.
Right. Yeah. So you do like the Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley thing, and then you just say bye, get out of here. It's kind of funny. See, Tampa, I thought was going to be the chop destination, so I'm curious what they do at 26.
Yeah.
So I think they definitely wanted an edge, and like at this point, who'd be my number one edge? Would be my number one edge would be Jonah Ellis, actually. So, but I don't know if he goes in the first round because I don't think he was talked about that way, which is unfortunate for me. They haven't shown, for me at least, the Packers clock, which makes me upset because I don't know if they're already got their pick in or not.
I went to the NFL's website and it says their pick is in.
Okay, so that's good to hear because I didn't want to waste more time for them to be like, I think they're like, yep, Cooper, hopefully. Dude, I'm just trying to think of what the stupid Packers pick would be because like Gutekunst was definitely in my doghouse for like a couple of years with what he was doing, and then like he's had a couple things work out in his favor recently, but I just don't trust him to like not do something stupid, kind of.
Yeah.
Like this could easily be like, I don't know, fucking. Let me look. Who would be funny? This could be like Kamari Lassiter or something.
I like Kamari Lassiter, but not here.
No, maybe if he ran a 4.4 instead of a 4.6, I could get behind it. But I mean, not like obviously would have had to show that on film too. But you know what I'm saying.
I took him in the second round in a lot of Raiders mocks this year.
I could see that. I can see that.
Like,
I
I
think.
like him or Max Melton.
I think if I look, he is number 60 on my board.
Yeah, I used like the second round pick because in every mock I did, I moved back into the 20s and took Bo Nix.
Right.
And then that clearly would have been a terrible strategy because
Clearly.
yeah, apparently the league loves this quarterback class.
I sure hope they like it, because if they don't, then I don't know what they've been doing tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
Bro,
I don't
let's
think-
get this pick.
the question was, would we see 4 quarterbacks or 5 tonight? And we saw 6 in the top 12.
Yeah,
And-
see, people kept telling, like, I kept hearing that. And then everyone was kind of collectively like, no, that's fucking stupid. Let's not do
Yeah.
that. And then the league was like,
bullshit.
what if we did that actually? And everyone's like, oh shit, all right, fine. Like, I remember, I'm sure you guys know Ben Solak, Ringer. Like, he's been on this train of like, there's not going to be 5 quarterbacks, not 6 quarterbacks. And I'm like, I understand what you're saying, and I want to believe that for my own sanity. But this is the NFL we're talking about.
Yeah.
I do think I think the Vikings, Broncos, and Raiders would have made a lot different decisions had the Falcons not taken Penix at 8.
I agree with that. Yeah,
That
but it
was
does
just-
make me wonder: was he the consensus QB for this whole time?
That's what I mean. I don't see there being that many boards that had him.
I don't think so either. But
Yeah.
it'd be wild, right, if that was the case, like the whole time.
Ooh, Packers pick is in.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. I
It's
hope
been
it's
in
Coo-
for a
hope it's
while.
Cooper.
Yeah.
Koopa.
This would make so many, like, I know, like, the stock exchange guys, Sycamore and Rogers, they will absolutely lose their shit over this pick, because they've been like prophesizing this forever, because they hate drafting for the Packers, like mock drafting, because their fans like always yell at them like, that's not what they would do, and they're like, we don't fucking, I don't know, so they just always just give them to Gene pretty much. If it happened, it'd be really funny. Oh my god. So the Cardinals are back on the clock, obviously. We're waiting for the Packers. Dude, we did this in our mock. If the Cardinals get Newton and Marvin Harrison Jr. in the same draft,
It's a great draft.
I'm sorry, Casey, if that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah.
Because if it's Newton at 27, dude,
Very quick turnaround for them.
yeah, the Cardinals are getting an A++ from me immediately for the draft. I don't care what the hell they do on day 2. Who gives a shit?
And I mean, like,
There you go.
like,
Here comes-
the difference between 4th and 2nd in the NFC West is very small right now.
Yeah. Niners just gonna keep churning out stupid ass wins. Casey, you hate it. It's everything else. All right.
Oh,
That's a tackle that they would take. That's definitely their type of tackle.
Yeah, I had a late first on him, so
Yeah, I had him at 34, I think.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was who the Niners were gonna go after.
I bet you they would have. But guess what?
I honestly I'm shocked that he's gone. I like when the Niners were gonna pick, that's who I was gonna like select who they were gonna take. Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think Morgan is 30. Yeah, 34 on my board. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
give me,
close.
give me
It's not.
Cooper DeJean.
I think he's more of a right tackle at the next level. We'll see
Yes, if he
he really-
stays
Yeah.
a tackle, I think it's right. Is where I'd want him
Yeah.
to be, but he could be a great guard.
Yeah.
Oh,
They do need a
Bucks
guard
pick
with.
is in.
Is it already in?
We'll
Okay.
be productive.
I think Runyon, with him gone, at guard, I think that they could play him at right guard or whichever. I think it's right guard is where Runyon was at.
Yeah.
So, but
This? Who?
I don't know. What was that, Dalton? Sorry.
I said, who the fuck knows here? Like,
I'm not sure.
this could be any defensive. Oh, I mean, no, this. Well, Chop made so much sense for them.
I know that's why
Is Barton still on the board?
Oh, you're right. Barton's
Yeah,
on the
it's
board,
probably
so
gonna
I could see Barton going here.
they could use
Yeah.
help inside too. Yeah,
You got to kind of protect Baker.
that
Yeah.
is true. I agree.
Yeah. Barton's still on the board.
I just keep forgetting that because I'm like, why is he there?
Yeah.
To be fair, he was like up until a month ago, he was a second round pick.
Yeah, but I just kept watching him. And I'm like, this dude's fucking off.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
especially like factoring in a move inside with his trades. It's just like
Yeah.
it's like obviously I understand athleticism isn't everything. Let's get that out of the way. His RES at center would be like I think legitimately the best of all time.
Yeah.
Like it's freakish for a player, even guard too. I think it was like almost a 10. Like they don't make him like this guy that's probably going to play inside. And again, I still think he could. I think he could hold up a tackle. I do.
Absolutely.
The arm length is obviously a thing, but it's close enough to 33 where it's like, all right, he's probably going to be able to do well at tackle, just not have the same ceiling at guard or center. But
Yeah.
If you had like a
Good.
if you had like a rash of injuries at tackle, you could just move him over there and then plug in your next best interior offensive lineman, like center or
Yeah.
guard.
Yeah.
You could do a lot. Like he is like truly a pure offensive lineman. Probably
Yeah.
doesn't matter what place.
I think he has legit like 5 position versatility theoretically, which is wild, but I think it's fair with him.
No, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would like for more than like 2 games, I probably wouldn't keep him as my left tackle, maybe.
Yeah, maybe not, but right tackle.
Yeah,
like I thought
right
if the
tackle
Steelers
would be
took
fine.
him, like I think if the Steelers took him and they finally realized that Dan Moore like can't play football, that they might be like, we'll just play him a right tackle for a while, and then maybe it could be a center eventually. Like,
But like you could definitely plug him in for like a couple of games while you figure out
for sure.
what you're gonna do and
Yeah,
grab a street free agent or something.
for sure. Very interesting.
I'm waiting to see what Tampa Bay does.
It's gotta be important. I can't like I literally can't even think who else it would be.
I mean, if I look at my board,
Um,
I mean, so the best players left. If you put Newton and Cansey together on the defensive line, it'd be really funny and kind of like ridiculous. But I mean, whatever, that'd be funny. Outside of him, Barton's definitely my best player left besides Newton. DeJean is up there. DeJean with Carlton Davis traded away. Maybe.
yeah.
Wasn't thinking about that, but maybe.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that Gene doesn't get taken today if he doesn't get taken here? Actually,
Really?
maybe the Cardinals could take him because they need
Yeah.
secondary help. I don't know.
Really outside the box pick for the Bucks.
Okay.
Adisa Isaac.
Ooh, that's rich for me.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, if you're going, I mean, the best edge left for me is Jonah Ellis by a decent amount.
Yeah. But
if
for
you
the
consider
Bucks,
Darius Robinson, but
yeah.
yeah, for the Bucks, yeah, Darius Robinson, if you consider him an edge, I think of him just as a defensive lineman. Period. He'd be
Yeah.
probably next, and then I think after that it's Braswell, and then Isaac too, around that same area. Braylon Trice got some love to them early in the process, but I think that fell off very quickly. So I don't think he's going anywhere near him.
Yeah.
But he kind of fits what they like, though. But I don't know. This one is definitely a little weird with the way the board is. I think we got used to just being like, yeah, Chop Robinson, sure, why not?
Yeah.
And it's like Dolphins are like, actually. It is funny that the Dolphins took him though when you think about it, because it's not on offense but speed.
All right, here comes Roger.
Yep. All right, Roger, what do you got for us?
Cardinals picks already in.
Yeah, they've been on the clock for a while too.
There we go. Chalk.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think that's great pick in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a safe pick that's going to produce for him early.
Yep.
I think that he slots in right away at center. I think.
Yeah.
I know Jensen didn't play last year, and I think he retired also. Did he even retire this offseason or the offseason before? I forget. But they've had a hole there ever since his injury. So I think he probably plays center right away. I mean, he can play guard too. I forget who their guards are right now. But I know one is what's his name? Mock, Cody Mock, who was kind of bad for them, honestly, as a rookie, but it was a rookie. So we'll see if lacrosse highlights.
Yeah.
Dalton?
Oh, I'm not seeing him right now. They're
They're not showing.
Oh,
so
he's
you have
on
ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah, ESPN's not giving you the goods.
NFL
Man.
Network's giving us his lacrosse highlights.
Lame.
all I did was see him truck like 4 people, and I was like,
yeah,
damn.
sure.
All right, so what's Arizona going to do here?
I think Newton or Gene, maybe.
Yeah. Which I think either one, if you're Arizona, you're walking away from tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Especially Newton for me personally, but also like DeJean's a value for me too.
Yeah.
I think he's 18 for me, so 27.
Yeah.
Love that.
Made their pick. Our fellow Bucks fan around the book has bet on one guy going late in this draft. I don't know if he's going to go. What do you think, Casey? Are we going to see Braden Fisk tonight?
I don't know.
Dude, Fisk. I can't. Where do I have Fisk at? Let me see. Oh, I'm going to wait.
He has a long shot bet. Oh, wow.
Oh, Robinson?
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm going to sigh a little bit, a little relief there. Could have been worse.
Oh, that's interesting, is what I'll say again. So he's 43rd on my board. So this is definitely a reach for me. But he's interesting. I don't know what to do with him. Like, could he be a Calais Campbell? I know that's kind of being cheating because it's the Cardinals thing, but like a guy that should be a better interior player, but is better on the edge than he actually is interior. Like maybe. He's obviously so powerful because for an edge, obviously with his size, like you have that going for him. I do think he can play inside out. Obviously, I wish he had a little bit more burst.
Yeah, he's just kind of like a less explosive Tyree Wilson a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
And
I mean, his length is
size for the Raiders.
That's tough. That quickly, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also because Malcolm Koonce has looked really good.
That is true, which makes that pick kind of look worse. But I hope it works out for you. Yeah, I know, Dalton. I know.
If things work out well, it's gonna be a weird year. So
I know.
It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, this one's just tough for me because I'm like, he's a tweener, but like I think he's a good tweener. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean,
If you're
the only
Buffalo
reason
here,
I
but
don't
go
like
ahead.
it is because of the talent that was on the board right now. I don't like this pick. That's the problem.
That's kind of my problem too. Is this could have been a grand slam, and instead I think they just hit a double,
Yeah.
which is like fine, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they obviously they knew they were going to go with Harrison Jr., but like they had a chance to just like kill it in the first round. I'm just
Again, this is all
Whatever.
preliminary grades, so we don't know shit. Darius
Yeah.
Robinson might have 12 sacks this year and tell us to
Yeah.
go kill ourselves, but
But I mean, would he have not been there?
exactly.
35?
I mean, well, if you listen to all the hype this year, no. Like that, he's been hyped up as the late first round pick for like since the Senior Bowl. So if
Yeah.
you believe that, then no. But at the same time, like he just got taken at the first round, so I guess it was true.
Yeah.
Like again, like this type of player is just someone that I struggle with a little bit.
Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock.
Oh, they
wow.
traded up. They're about. Wait, you're telling me? Wait,
Yeah,
do they trade with Buffalo?
Yeah.
Why?
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that Buffalo is about to allow the Chiefs to probably, I assume, take a receiver here?
Yep.
This is A.D. Mitchell.
If this is A.D. Mitchell, it's over for the league.
Oh my gosh. And the
I'm
pick
just
is
gonna-
in.
I'm just gonna tell you that right now. If this is A.D. Mitchell, it's over for the league. Because not only do I like him in general, if you give the Chiefs a guy that has some question marks, those question marks stop existing, except for like if they like run into people, which we're not gonna again talk about with Rashee Rice. But like outside of that, we're cooked. It's over.
Are they about to three-peat?
Yeah, if they do. No, I don't know. I mean, the funny
Yeah.
okay.
Like,
Go ahead.
why wouldn't, if you're Buffalo, why don't you just take a top receiver here? Now you literally
Who's
I
the
don't
best
know.
receiver left on your list?
Mitchell.
mine's still Franklin, which I know Shane hates that.
Dude, Dalton, I don't even want to tell you where he's on my board. I don't want to make you
I
upset.
know you have him at 11, right?
Well, no, like on my overall board.
Oh, I assume below 50.
Yeah. I'll tell you in a second. Hold on.
They're gonna go like Ladd McConkey
Well,
or
here's
something.
that's what I had. That's what we had at 32, and I believe that was.
Oh,
gonna be- I mean,
what
it
was
still could be.
Ladd?
Yeah, it still could be.
Dude, I don't think Ladd. They need to trade up to get Ladd though.
Dude, hey, white boy lightning energy. Like we can. But no. Franklin is 71 on my board.
Yeah.
So, I know we see him right. It's just funny. I'm like, oh no. Here's the thing though: if Kurt Franklin's the pick here, I'll be wrong no matter what.
Yeah.
So
I don't see it. Yeah. I don't think fit wise, I don't know. He could make a lot of sense fit wise, but I think he needs an offense that's more about timing for him to make sense, because he's very much run down the field, make one move, and all of a sudden he's open for a second and you pick up 12 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so like I said, Mitchell's my number one receiver by a good bit. McConkey's 26 on my board for what it's worth. So like, I wouldn't hate that. The guy that I'm most afraid of going there though, only because like this would be where he could go and actually be like the second or third best receiver in the draft, is Keon Coleman. Because like I don't like certain things about him, but if you give him to the Chiefs, they're just gonna be like, no, we're good, we got this, and then he's just gonna be great. So yeah, it'd be funny.
A.D. Mitchell, I think, is probably the best fit for them here.
Me too. I think so too, because he has the most potential to become more than just a player that they can just make good out of for no reason, right?
Like he is a number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should be. If it all works out, he should be a 1.
Yeah.
He's the last guy on the board that I think can be a 1 if given the right situation.
Yeah.
So I think that has to be the pick for me. But this is the Chiefs, and they took Rashee Rice way earlier than I would have. And then he was like, "What if I'm really good until a car gets involved?"
Yeah.
So who knows? I will say this could be a tackle instead.
Yeah.
We know they
Yeah.
want one. The problem is, like, for me, if it's Guyton, it's like, oh god, that doesn't sound like a good thing for year one with him.
I think they're
Like,
going to go wide receiver.
there was a lot of talk, and like people generally hated it, and I agree with this because of like it's just really rich, but like Sua Matia was getting a lot of late first round buzz.
I think this is a receiver, especially
I think
like
so too, but
I think
yes.
there's kind of like a few receivers where you can just like throw all the names in a bag and just pick one out. And
Yeah, like this
So
could be one of Xavier Leggett, A.D. Mitchell,
like
Lab McConkey,
yeah,
freaking who else would I even throw in there? Probably Xavier Worthy would be funny.
yeah.
I don't think they
Yeah.
would do that, but
no way.
only
No, unless
because
you don't think Rashee Rice is ever going to play it down again.
right.
But I think
or-
Mitchell's the
yeah.
better of the two from Texas, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, me too. But that's just that would be funny if they're just like, we need speed again, so let's just take the
Yeah.
4-2-1 guy.
Yeah.
Who also can do a little bit of other stuff too, I think.
Yeah, but they got Hollywood Brown. I think
That's my thing too. Yeah, is I think that he'll be great. Yeah.
And if you have Hollywood Brown and A.D. Mitchell as your top two receivers next year, all of a sudden, what was probably the Chiefs' biggest weakness is now very much solid.
At least a non-issue.
All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
With
Come
you,
on,
if
Roger.
you're quarterback, you're fine.
Yeah.
All right,
Home jersey on. You love to see it.
This team
clicked off the NFL Network's website so that I didn't get it spoiled.
There you go. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, good time to be a Chiefs fan. So
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. If you were offered to make a pick for your favorite team in the first round, would you not be shitting bricks at the podium?
Probably. Yeah, because I'd be like, all right, look, I need to know what's going on.
See, I can't look at a Raiders first round pick without being like sober.
It's Xavier Worthy.
issue.
It's Worthy.
Wow.
It's Worthy. Wow.
Wow.
Makes sense. Very Chiefs.
And you know what? Now
He's gonna be a
now
Super
that
Bowl
yeah,
champion next year.
yeah, now that they took him, he's going to be great.
Yeah.
If that's the thing, is the fact that they took him. I thought if he was a first round pick, he was going to be a bust or considered one, because as much as I think he's a good player, I think he wouldn't reach that height. Now he's probably going to be considered a great pick, like because he's going to the Chiefs. Like I just have a hard time, like this type of speed with the underneath ability that he showed at times. Like this is a guy that's going to be very useful immediately.
Yeah. If he can just hold on to the ball, Pat's gonna make this guy look amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays that fast too. Like that's the thing with him.
Yeah.
Is that speed plays on the field too. Like, I mean, talk about just speed on offense. Like, because you think about Marquise Brown, Xavier Worthy, and if Rice is healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, how many teams have corners who can run with two of them, let alone three? It's just going to be like a nightmare. Now, again, like you hope that Brown can be the true deep threat, because I think Worthy's deep ball ability, weirdly enough, isn't the best. I think his speed is best used on the shorter routes. Let him run away from guys. But that's kind of what you think you brought Brown in for.
Yeah.
So, very interesting.
Cowboys pick is in.
Now, this is where things get interesting.
Yeah.
A.D. Mitchell's still on the board. Tyler Guyton on the board.
This could be literally anybody.
Trey Benson, electric pick if it's him.
I hope it's not Tyler Guyton because I would love for the Niners to pick him up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he probably could go there and be fine because it's the Niners, but I also think he shouldn't play as a rookie, personally.
That's
But-
fine. I think that the Niners could not have him start every game.
Yeah, I mean, they could because your offensive line wasn't good last year, and they were like, well,
Yeah.
too bad because now, granted, if you guys do trade one of Ayuk or Samuel at some point in this draft, which is what's been reported, then I think maybe you question it a little bit. But
Yeah.
outside of that, this feels like a Mitchell pick, though.
Yeah.
Texas receivers going back to back feels.
Yeah.
I wish they were flipped, personally, but also maybe not because the Chiefs, if they got Mitchell, I'd be more scared of that than where they say.
Could also keep an eye out for Powers Johnson here.
Also, yeah, I could see that too. Could this be Frazier even?
Yeah. I don't see JPJ falling out of the first round. I just don't see it.
I know, I get it. I would be a little surprised myself overall, but again, I think if he does, it's probably something we just don't know the details of.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Like
He dropped his stuff.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's good. Now he's
All
pointing
right.
at somebody. All right.
All right.
Come on, Roger.
Huh.
Yep, Titan. Okay. Makes sense. I do think that if he's asked to start right away, I think that Dak will be running a lot more than they want him to.
Yeah.
So that's my only question is what's the plan? That's
Yeah.
all. But I think the talent is there. I think that if you give him time, he could certainly work out. I'm sure Baltimore would have considered him here as well.
Yeah.
This does kind of dry up tackle for me for a while. Well, the next one on my board is Rosengarten at 49, which he got some late buzz to the Niners, so that could be in the cards, which would be a reach for me, but I also think he's going to be just a really good player, and that might not, so it might not matter that much.
I don't hate the Niners going interior at this point.
Me either. Yeah, I mean, if it's not, I'm just saying like tackle-wise, because I know there's a lot of buzz late for them being a tackle team, but with the guys left, it probably would want it to be Barton.
Yeah.
Or not Barton, Rosengarten, but yeah. Baltimore, how are they gonna make me sad? They could take freaking AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
And just say, screw it. We're gonna throw the ball a bunch, even if we don't probably shouldn't.
This could also be DeJean here as well.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, because if he doesn't go here, I don't think he's going in the first round.
Yeah.
No.
Which is kind of not nuts to me. Because here's the thing: if you don't think he's a corner, because like obviously everyone like is trying to fight back from like being like, okay, I guess he's a corner. I know the shade isn't the right one, but whatever. But even if you think he's a safety, I think he's a first round safety.
Yeah.
If you think he's a
What
slot,
is
like
making people not think he's a corner?
I mean, for me personally, it's not much besides the obvious thing.
That's what I mean. Like, is it just that he doesn't look the part? Is that
I think that there is some teams that believe that. I'm not going to lie because this is the NFL we're talking about. But if I'm being honest, though, I think it's the fact that his man coverage ability is probably a little bit in question. I think that his long speed is very good, but it might not be as much as some teams want. I think laterally, even though I think he tested well when he did his pro day, I think it isn't always there. Like, I think he can be beat with quickness on the outside. So, like, I understand, like, certain teams probably would have more use for him as, like, a slot or safety. But he still can play outside corner at a first-round level for me. So, for him not to go in the first round just doesn't make sense because no matter what position you play him at, I think he's a first-round caliber player.
Yeah.
So, And the fact that you could probably play him at 3 different spots as a first-round caliber player should make him even more valuable theoretically.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's weird. But hey, maybe Baltimore's like, you guys overthought this. We're gonna take the white kid. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I mean, like, let's be real. Like, the people making decisions in the NFL, a lot of them are operating with a lot of outdated thinking.
Yes, correct. So I don't know, but I will say if the Ravens take him, I already know he's going to intercept Russell Wilson 3 times this year.
Yeah.
I
keep forgetting that Russell Wilson's going to be the starting quarterback.
And if it isn't him, it's Justin Fields, which is even funnier, honestly.
Fields can't beat out this version of Russell Wilson.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they want him to, though. That's my problem. I think they want Russell Wilson to be the starter. And I'm like, Mike, shut the fuck up. I love you. Get out of your own way. Let's stop.
They'll still win 9 games.
Oh, you can pencil it in. That's not the problem. It's the 10 and 11 and 12 part that I'd like to address, but whatever. I'm not even going to worry about them. They made a good pick. At this point, I'm going to just pretend it's fine. But like I do want Fields to win the job, not only because of my sanity, but also because I want Steelers fans to love him and then me be able to be like, hey, you hate Lamar Jackson. You think he's bad.
Yeah.
So what's that about? You want to talk to me about that one? No? All right, cool.
All right, here's Roger.
God, they're going to ruin my life, aren't they? Oh, Wiggins, actually, I'm okay with that because I don't think he's that.
All right, what are the Niners going to do here? What are we going to do here?
That was an interesting pick.
Again, I would take DeJean because I think he's better. I don't know. That's kind of my evaluation. The problem with Wiggins is that I don't know if he can play his game at the NFL level because I think that his length is an issue for someone his size. And as fast as he is, I think that his makeup speed is great, right? Like if he gets beat, he's probably not going to stay beat that often. But
I
liked
him a lot for a team like the Raiders, but I thought he would have to go to because the Raiders play a lot of off man and zone.
Yes,
like you have to put him in an off man scheme.
That's my problem. And I think the Ravens, like, I don't know what they're doing defensively this year because McDonald's gone. I don't know if they're going away from a lot of what he did. But this feels like, by their standards, a miss a little bit. Yeah. But again, it's them. So maybe I'm just overthinking Wiggins a little bit. I don't know. They do need corner help, so that makes sense from a position standpoint.
It just doesn't make sense, the guy they took.
I will say Cooper isn't also the best fit for them either, but at least he's, I think, just better than Wiggins. I don't know. I don't know. But interesting. So now we got the Niners up, Casey.
Yeah, I don't know what I want at this point now.
I think it'd be really great if you guys took A.D. Mitchell and traded Ayuk to the Steelers for like a second-round pick, if you could. That would be awesome. Thank you.
I prefer the pick where we just give him his $100 million contract and.
Well, of course, you prefer that, but that's not what I want. So,
I prefer the pick. You just give him $100 million and call it a day.
Yeah,
I don't know. Cooper DeJean, dude. I guess bring him on.
I love the idea of Jackson Powers Johnson paving the way for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
I mean
I also agree with that.
That feels really right.
Yeah,
it does. It does. You're right. But do they think that? I think if I had to guess here,
I swear if they go Kool-Aid, I'm gonna punch myself in the head.
I mean, Kool-Aid's a good player. He is,
but we don't need another guy just getting burnt.
I'm more worried about his ceiling than his floor, so I don't know if you get burnt, but necessarily. But if I had to guess, though, I'm gonna say Rosengarten.
Yeah,
I think they want to tackle. I think that there's been some smoke to that recently.
Yeah,
so that can make sense. I do think a tackle in general could be a pick, or just which one do they reach on a little bit. If not that, I do think secondary is definitely up there. Also, they could say screw it and take Johnny Newton, who's still on the board somehow, folks. Which is what I said, if you guys remember yesterday. I was like,
Yeah.
this dude might not go in the first. And I'm like, that still pisses me off, but I'm hoping it's something. I shouldn't say I'm hoping because I hope there's nothing wrong with him, but like it's got to be something that we don't know about. Like, has to be, to me at least. Also, we were making fun of Buffalo for trading down. They might still just get the player they wanted anyway with Mitchell.
Yeah.
So I forgot about that. I'm like, damn, they might just get him anyway.
What did they get for moving back?
I didn't see, but it couldn't have been that much to move 4 spots. But I didn't see it on the screen.
Yeah.
Probably like a 3rd or 4th round pick this year or next year, or something like that, at the most. Maybe a couple of late round picks instead.
All right, the Niners pick is finally in. They took a long time.
They were contemplating. They were scheming.
I'm curious as to what they schemed on.
I hope it's Spencer Rattler, Casey.
I'm just gonna say, dude, it's gonna be Cooper DeJean, dude. I'm just gonna call it until
I hope it's. I would love that.
If it's Cooper, dude, I'm not gonna
go.
lie. I'm gonna be pretty hyped. But
I want Cooper to go, so I'm good with that.
I'm gonna be Max. I think it's gonna be Kool-Aid.
I don't think that's a bad pick. I think that he's a good player, but he might never be great.
I want Cooper. I want Cooper.
I mean, I would want Cooper too. Yeah, I would want Cooper too, but
I mean, the Iowa connection with him and Kittle, man. I mean, come on.
That'd be fun. Also, if he doesn't go round 1, I think New England would take him at 34 would be really funny just because,
Yeah.
White.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to have to take these off when Goodell comes out because you guys are ahead of me.
Gotcha. This first round's been nuts, dude. This is what I wanted. I wanted it to be crazy. So I got my wish.
Let this be Cooper and not Kool-Aid.
You're not drinking the Kool-Aid, Casey?
I'm not. I was drinking the Kool-Aid when I first started to watch Kool-Aid play, but I don't know. All right, the pick's in. Come on, Jed York. Who you talking to?
I want him to be a receiver just so that way it makes me feel like they're going to trade one.
No, dude. No.
I know, Case. I know you don't want it. I don't care. I want it. I want it to happen. I forgot Kittle got 1,000 yards this year because it feels like they never throw to him.
No, he had a lot of good 20+ yard catches this year.
I know he got the Cowboys real bad. That was funny.
Oh yeah, he was destroying them.
They're talking about receivers right now.
I know. I hear them. Is there? But there's one that knows the offense. He knows. He's been to the Super Bowl with them.
Goodell's like, let's keep going.
Cooper.
All right, Roger, what you got?
All right, I got to take these off.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Brandon Ayuk, come on down.
Wow.
What just happened?
Oh, my.
What just happened?
Wow. Yikes.
Electric pick, not the white gentleman I expected.
F-, dude. What was that?
Okay, so let me sell you, Casey, okay? Let me sell you.
Dude.
No, just listen. No, it's okay. Listen. Okay? I have him at – where do I have him at? 54, okay? So it's only like a round reach for me. It's not that bad, right? Definitely not terrible. Also, he's a good player, like legitimately. I think he'd be a great number 2 in a lot of offenses, which means that you can trade Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers, and
Yeah.
then I get to be happy and you get to be okay.
Yeah.
That's my pitch. I don't know what to tell you, honestly.
And then you can not pay Ayuk and give that money to Brock.
Carolina traded up one spot with Buffalo. Buffalo's on
Yeah.
a freaking tear. What is Buffalo up to? What are they doing? Okay, does this mean? Imagine this isn't a receiver for the Panthers. Imagine they tell Bryce Young to screw himself right now. That'd be very funny if they did that.
This is Franklin or Mitchell, I assume.
I would assume so too, but what if it's not? What if it's something stupid?
Or Keon Coleman, maybe.
Keon Coleman,
Or is it McConkey?
dude, McConkey, I would love that. Absolutely love that for the Panthers because he would be a receiver that might actually be open like most of the time. They could just they have Deontay too now, but like Keon going to the Panthers would be the funniest shit on the planet because there's no shot that dude works out in the Panthers. No shot. 0% chance he is with the Panthers. Coleman.
Yeah.
0% chance.
No, they tell Bryce Young to go fuck himself, and they take Johnny Newton.
Yes, which the defense awesome. Bryce Young flattened, dead, roadkill.
But Johnny Newton and Derek Brown is just gonna eat.
Talk about 2 different players.
Dude, I'm speechless still. I cannot believe
Listen,
that.
Casey, it's fine. Ricky Pearsall is going to catch 50 balls for 1,000 yards because he plays for the Niners. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
Trust
you're
me.
I
still
know,
super.
but like we're
I
getting rid
know.
of Ayuk now, dude, and I'm pissed.
You probably, yeah.
And if we were gonna go wide receiver, dude, go someone else.
I would say the fact that Pearsall's the pick reinforces that it's Ayuk and not Samuel going because if someone's gonna fit Ayuk's role, it'd be Pearsall and not it wouldn't be Samuel. He'd be replacing.
Yeah, I really don't mind that pick. I think you're replacing Ayuk's production at a very low price pretty easily, honestly.
Yeah.
I do understand like he's not the I would have taken like I honestly what I would have done is the Niners. I understand it's more expensive to do it this way, but I would have taken Leggett to replace Samuel's production and kept Ayuk as the route runner type.
That's
what I would have
was thinking that if they were gonna take Leggett, I wasn't gonna be too upset about it because it was literally just like
he's not Samuel's or like he's not Samuel, but it's closer to that than Ayuk's skill set, so you could keep Ayuk then realistically. I get it, it's tough, but of how that Bryce Young head is bigger than he is probably.
You know what, dude? The Niners they just can't do it right in the first and second round. I saw something on X or Twitter, whatever you call it today, and like they went through all their first and second round picks, and it was like Bosa was like the only good one out of all of them. And it's like Debo and Kittle and Warner and all them where they pick them up in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. So I'm like, let's just get to the 4th, 5th, and 6th round here.
Yeah, their drafting is weird. They'll like mess up the draft for 4 years in a row, and it's just like they don't care because Shanahan's just like, I'll just wide zone you into oblivion. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
it's really stupid. Pisses me off.
Yeah, I mean they have the best running back in football, and they have the Shanahan run scheme. So like,
the amount of 3rd round picks you guys have burned on running backs that like can't play is really funny. By the way, like. You're just like, what if we took this running back in the 3rd round and then he's actually like not rosterable?
Yeah.
It's like, how did you do that? It's a running back. How do you keep doing that in your scheme?
But I appreciate the self-awareness that they said, you know what?
Screw
We're
it.
just
Yeah.
gonna go
CMC.
sell the farm to get the one back to roll them all.
You're right.
Yeah.
That was very self-aware of them. Like, man, we fucking suck at taking running backs for some reason.
We're just gonna get a haul. We're just gonna overvalue the position to get the best.
And it worked out. So
yeah.
By the way, I bet this is Leggett.
Yeah.
Ew. That's gross if it's Leggett.
Just salt in the wound.
Ew. I think he was like wide receiver 13 for me, 12 or 13, I think.
Man, you and I see the receivers differently because he's the 41st player on my board.
Oh, wow. He was
He
like 12 or
is-
13 for me.
Yeah, I think he is. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He was receiver 7 for me.
Wow.
He is dynamic as hell with the ball in his hands. And I know he's a late breakout and body type's a little bit weird, but this dude just fucking catches the football like nobody's business and runs with it with the explosiveness that you wouldn't expect from someone of his size. Like that type of skill set is, I understand like you'd love a route runner for Young, but I think that's why they got Deontay. Like I think that's why they went with this guy, kind of player to be the big bodied, like what they wanted from who they draft out of fucking Ole Miss last year.
What was his name?
Shit. You know what I'm talking about though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What they wanted him to be is what I think Leggett actually like is and can be right now. Like I wanted Leggett in the second round of the Steelers. I knew quickly this draft cycle was not happening.
Part of me thinks the Niners are still gonna sign Ayuk.
I mean, they definitely should and could. It's just the fact that, like, do they want to keep spending this amount of money on weapons when they're so good at just making the offense work? You know what I mean?
Also, the name we were looking for, Jonathan Mingo.
Right. Jonathan Mingo did not have an ideal rookie season. Doesn't mean he's not going to be good. But I think that Leggett is what they were wanting Mingo to be. So they're like, well, we hope Mingo can still be that. But in the meantime, let's get a guy who we think definitely can do that. And I do think he's a better player than Mingo was as a prospect. So it's interesting. I would have taken Mitchell still because he's higher on my board. But I get the fit for what they're looking for, opposite of Deontay, especially since they traded for him.
So, do we want to go around? Do we want to do like best night, worst night, something like that to wrap up night one?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Worst night, Falcons.
Yeah.
For like
Yeah.
different reasons. You took a quarterback at 8 in a situation where you were going all in with quarterback with Kirk Cousins. The quarterback at 8 is 24 or 23, 24. And ideally, if everything goes your way, he doesn't play till he's like 26 or 27. Also, apparently, Kirk Cousins is not very happy right now from what I just saw from ESPN report, that he was shocked by this and doesn't really know what to do with it. Hilarious also with that.
Yeah.
Just legitimately hilarious to flabbergast Kirk Cousins is awesome. And again, like he was the 40th player on my board, so he was a legit full round reach for me. So I can't get behind it.
If you can make Kirk Cousins disgruntled, you're really fucking off.
That is an elite day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had an elite day of tomfoolery if you did that.
Yeah.
Looking at like other guys, like I didn't like the Chop Robinson pick that much, just because again the rawness of that. I just don't know if I love that. Who else here? Robinson was a huge reach for me, but I at least liked the player a good bit, so like I could see that working out. Guyton I don't love, Wiggins I don't love, but again in that range it's where they were going to go, so I don't really care that much. I would crap on the Chiefs, except that it's going to work because it's them, so I really can't say it's bad. What else did I mean, Knicks going that early is still a reach for me, but like I get that more than fucking Falcons doing what they did.
Yeah.
And then Titans, JC Latham again. That's just a full like, him being the second tackle, I just can't get with. I can't get with that. So those would be the ones I'd look at for like bad days. I don't know if you guys have any others you want to throw out there. We can admit the Niners picking Pearsall is a little crazy at 31, but at least like I think that will work probably.
It'll work, but I hate it right now.
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
understand.
good
I
after
understand that. I
pick.
do. I do.
Right now, I hate it.
Yeah. Anything you want to add there, Dalton, with not good
I
stuff?
mean, yeah, I mean, I thought the picks from like the early teens picks were weird. Like Knicks, I think doesn't make sense to a team that's
Not going to be
probably
good, no matter
rebuilding.
what.
I mean, like, is Knicks a significant upgrade over what Russell Wilson was last year? Right away, anyways.
I mean, no, but I think Sean Payton's just like
I think so.
quarterback go Burr.
And the Raiders. I mean, like, I don't know.
I'm not going to be. If the team after
it's a good
10 took
player.
Brock Bowers, I was going to say it's good. I don't care personally.
Yeah.
But
I get it though.
yeah, like, I mean, what you have so many needs, and you took Brock Bowers to play slot receiver, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what they did, and I don't know. That seems kind of silly, but yeah, I mean, I mean, nothing's worse than Penix. I mean, Penix makes everything out. Like the Penix pick just makes everything
It's an eyesore on this list of picks. It is.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I will say so.
Pierce Hall's not
yeah.
great.
Before we talk about the ones we like, I just need to read this ESPN report from you guys about Cousins. Cousins' agent Mike McCartney told ESPN's Pete Thamel that the Falcons only notified the quarterback that they picked Penix while the team was on the clock. McCartney said there was frustration and confusion coming from Cousins' camp because Atlanta did not use his first-round pick to make the team better in 2024. Penix himself said he was surprised when he got the call telling him he was the pick. You don't like to see a player be surprised to be selected.
Yeah,
Even he was like, damn, I think I'm going this
And-
high. Shit.
and like, do they really have to keep that under wraps? I mean,
Yeah.
was anyone really going to jump them ahead of 8 to get Michael Penix?
No.
Well, if
I mean,
they
unless-
were, then
Yeah,
Bless
if
them.
they were, it was a really well kept secret.
You know who loves Michael Penix getting picked that early? Spencer Rattler.
Oh
He's
yeah,
gonna get. I'm
Spencer
sure
Rattler's
he's
gonna
gonna.
be a second round pick.
Yeah.
And Michael Pratt.
Yeah.
I will say day 2 is setting up to be great for teams
Yeah.
Yeah.
with some of the reaches that happen.
I agree.
So who do we think had the best night?
I think
The
right off the
Bears.
bat, the Bears is the best one because they got the quarterback and they got a Dunze. That's disgusting.
I agree.
Yeah. I could not believe that.
You can't really stress that enough. I think I got to give my Steelers some props for sitting tight at 20 and getting Fatanu based on my evaluation of him. But I will accept that maybe that's not the consensus. The Eagles getting Mitchell at 22 straight up is great for them. Jaguars trading down and still getting the receiver they wanted is nice. Kind of regardless of how you feel about the player, that's just like a nice way to do business if you can do it. Bucks getting Graham Barton is really actually nice for me too,
Yeah,
personally. Arnold at 24 is great value. Verse is great value at 19, probably. I kind of like a lot of the first round picks outside the ones we talked about. I mean, the Saints taking Fuanga, like I just don't have a high opinion of him compared to consensus. So that's
Yeah.
But again, it's a tackle. They might not have one. I kind of have to just say that's fine.
Yeah, I just would have liked a blindside protector for them. when
Correct.
Derek
Correct.
Carr is like notorious for getting drilled in the back.
Yes. In their defense, outside of Fatanu, you weren't getting that at that point. Because
I
Fashanu
think
was
Mims could play on the
11.
left.
He
personally.
can, but do you want him to switch positions as well as not having played his own position very much?
Fair.
That one's kind of. But again, I would have taken Mims over Fuaga to play right tackle anyway, so you would still get a yes from me on that one. But outside of Fatanu, like Fashanu going at 11 messed that up for them because that's who everyone that was the mock pick for them was Fashanu at 14. Teams just liked him more than they were letting on, and what more closer to what we thought about him, like is the media.
Yeah.
So that's a great pick as well for the Jets. Meanwhile, too, I didn't really even mention that. That's huge
And
for them.
it's important to note they were able to milk a couple day 3 picks out
Yes.
of it too.
Which
Yeah.
is nice because they don't have a second with the Rodgers trade. So
Yeah. But they could
Very
easily they have the arsenal now to possibly move into the second if they wanted.
they could. But yeah, I think all in all, very fun first day of the draft. Definitely
Yeah.
glad you guys were able to hop on with me. We'll definitely do some like post drafts content, of course. And then not sure yet how I want to handle the podcast post draft, just because we'll talk about that for sure. But definitely should expect to see at least a couple shows after the draft to discuss different things. But
Maybe a way
yeah,
too early mock.
I was about to say, you
that'll
got to do a way
that
too
will
early
be that will definitely be a
2025.
thing for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll sort that out as we get closer to that point. But thanks everybody for joining us. If you watched, appreciate it. We'll be back at some point, like I said, here after the draft. Until then, hope you guys liked your picks in the first round. If you're a team, I know that Dalton kind of probably you feel mixed bag. I think based on what you were saying.
It's just accepting this reality. I just
Yeah,
if you talk to me in 2021 and you told me this was the reality right now, I would have just had a really hard time accepting it.
yeah, I get that. I will say at least you took a player that was worth the pick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
There's
From like
that.
just from like a value standpoint.
Yeah. But man, like just the idea that we're gonna be watching Gardner Minshew just grind out wins is just gonna be like they're gonna basically be the Colts, and I don't want to,
Yeah.
and I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
because you don't have the quarterback coming back. You
Yeah,
don't have the freak of nature coming back at quarterback.
no.
Oh
It's
no.
gonna be rough.
Yeah. Being the 2023 Colts in a nutshell sounds good until you realize that you don't have Anthony Richardson coming back. in
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what they
Oh, that's tough.
with
but-
slightly better weapons on offense. I'll say
Right.
it. With better or with
Yeah.
significantly better weapons. I'll say that.
But do you have a better scheme? That's where you get in trouble with Steichen.
Well,
but
I don't know. Luke Getsy is interesting. He's very well respected in league
Yep.
circle. That's
it.
but yeah.
No, I don't know. I think you guys will be fine. I think Bowers will be really fun. So it's at least that. And I'm happy. I know Casey. I hate to be the one to, put you on the spot here, but I think we know how you feel about Pearsall.
Yeah.
He was who I wanted the Steelers to draft in the second round. So
But
that
I
was
don't
me.
know.
Yeah.
I just feel like if we were going to do all this, like, I don't know. I probably would have took like Malachi Corley or something. I would have rather took someone like that if we were just going to. I don't know.
Here's the thing: is like Malachi Corley is worse Deebo Samuel to me. So like, that's tough to take early, but fun.
He's fun though. I think
Pearsall, dude. All I'm
I
saying is
think
go
I'm
watch
just-
Pearsall's highlights, and the catches he makes are hilarious. That might make you feel better.
I know.
I will
like,
say that.
I know he's a great athlete. I just like.
Okay, I get it though.
I'm
It was a
just
reach.
sad
It was a
that
reach.
Ayuk is probably gonna be going. I'm hoping like either today or tomorrow. There's just that Adam Schefter Ayuk 6-year,
Yeah.
$15 million.
I mean, he's gonna probably get 30-ish
Yeah.
based on the market right now.
Well,
So
I
you're probably
mean,
looking at 4 years, 120 million, something like that.
yeah, the Eagles were like, "Hey, we're just gonna set the wide receiver market for everyone real quick." So
Well, Monroe tried to do that, and then AJ Brown was like, "Hold my beer."
yeah. So
But yeah, that'll do it for us this week. Or not, I keep saying this week. Do it for us tonight, guys. If you watch with us, a lot of fun, very interesting first round. And day 2 should be a wild ride, so we will be watching though. But that'll do it for us. See you guys next time.
See you.